I hope you did have a good break, and we are ready to roll. Honorable members, there's an agenda in front of you. A small change. Team Treasury requested that we start with OCPO and do the deliberations, and then they'll come after that. With that a slight change, can we proceed on the basis of this agenda?
Yes, Chair, we can proceed. Is Matafa. Good morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Then do we have any approaches from you, Darren?
Chairperson, nothing from my side.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much. I think let's go straight to the OCPO. 20 minutes presentation, and then after that we'll allow our members to interact with the report, and then we'll take a National Treasury after that. OCPO, please introduce yourselves. I'm not very sure who's leading the team and who's part of the team from the OCPO. Thank you. Are we in OCPO?
Good morning, Chair.
Yes.
Good morning, and good morning to all the members of the committee. My name is Mutushi. I'm from Transversal Contracting within the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer. Chair, we should be joined by the Chief Procurement Officer, but I'm not sure if she has logged in as yet. It looks like she's having challenges to connect, but we are led by her in this presentations. So I just like maybe the colleagues to check if she has managed to join for the purpose of introduction. Thank you.
Okay, Mutusi, you've got 2 minutes to just check with the Chief Procurement Officer.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, the CPO is struggling with the connection, but in the meantime, while she's joining us later. Okay, let me just.
Let's do that.
Chair.
Chairperson, I've met Mr. Moifo co-host, so he can share from his side.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Maybe if you can confirm on your side, if you can see my presentation before I continue on my side.
Nothing yet. Take your time.
Is it now visible, Chair?
Not yet.
Okay.
Yeah, now we can see it.
Thank you very much, Chair, for that. Good morning, Chair, and good morning to the members of the committee. My name is Mutushi Moifo. I'm the acting the Chief Director, Transversal Contracting I'll be making a presentation with regards to transversal contracting matters, and my other colleagues would be dealing with other matters that relates to the deviations and expansions, and the briefing with regards to the bill. Chair, I would like to bring to the attention of the committee with regards to the provisions of transversal term contracts. In terms of the Treasury regulations, it makes a provision that the National Treasury or the relevant treasuries may arrange transversal contracts on behalf of organs of state. And this, Chair, it's an optional provision. Optional provision, it means no organ of state is compelled to partake in transversal term contracts. But however, they've got an opportunity to make their own assessment and come to a conclusion if they would like to partake in transversal contracts, if they are of value on their side. So, Chair, the benefits that I can highlight to the committee as to why we deem it important to have transversal term contracts in place. It's because we've got different organs of a state that procure various types of commodities. So what we do with regards to transversals or a common contract is that we standardize and consolidate state requirements. If you look at the provision of vehicles or the provision of fleet management services, you'll find that various organs of state will procure vehicles, will procure fleet management services. So what we do, we take those commodities and consolidate our requirements because we'll have similar specifications so that we can be able to pay one price. And there's a benefit that we derive in managing contracts centrally that it's called economies of scale. The concept of economies of scale provides that if you consolidate your requirements and you approach the market with a large number of quantities, you are highly likely to have a bargaining position in the market and be able to get better pricing, and you'll have a better negotiating position. Also, Chair, is to reduce the different duplications of work around all organs of state procuring the same thing, but the market is dealing with various organs of state. And when you do that, you are likely to be inconsistent with your approach because your approach to the market is fragmented. So the principle with transversals is that we consolidate our requirements to have benefits to that. Chair, the following slide.
Continue, Matusi.
Thank you, Chair. The slide that I applied there previously, when we reported to the committee, we were managing 60 transversal contracts. Since then, we have managed to up the number that we had, and now we have taken 2 more commodities, and then we are managing 62. But all the 62 commodities in that slide, Chair, I have put as per commodity categories, where we've got health-related commodities, fleet management-related commodities, agriculture, professional services, education, and ICT. So that slide shows you the size of the different commodity components. You can see that the health, they constitute 50% of our commodities that we are managing at transversal contracting. So it shows that the Department of Health and the provincial departments of health, they are the biggest stakeholder in terms of the contracts that we manage, followed by fleet management, where we assisted the Department of Transport and the provincial departments of transport in terms of consolidating the fleet-related requirements and arrange them as transversal term contracts. Chair, that slide that I applied today is the continuation of the previous one, where it shows the value of those particular commodities. Even though in my previous slide I've indicated that health constitute the biggest in terms of the number of transversal term contracts that we arrange. but in terms of monetary value. As provided in that slide, Chair, it shows that the fleet management component this is the one that constitute half of the value of the commodity grouping, as compared to health in terms of the numbers. Chair, that slide takes the committee through the top 10 commodities by value. We see our commodity on vehicles. That's the contract that that organs of state will buy vehicles from. That contract is for outright purchase of vehicles. It's the one that constitutes the highest in terms of value, and it's followed by the fleet and vehicle and maintenance. That's the contract where we make provision for organs of state to have fuel cards, to fill petrol at petrol station, and to make provisions for maintenance of vehicles and the repairs of vehicles should they get involved in accidents. So that whole slide just shows you the list of commodities that you have, but it's giving the committee an insight in terms of the value of those particular commodities. The next slide, Chair, it shows you commodities that that receives much of interest from organs of state when we put them in place. Just to indicate the top two, Chair, it's the RT15. RT15 is the provision of mobile services. It's the cell phones and the data that officials would use when they're conducting their work. So that particular contract is the one that attracts the most interest to the varying organs of state. And also on RT57, which is the provision of vehicles, that you'll find that there will be more organs of state that take interest in those commodities and partake in them. And so the whole slide just shows you in terms of the order of those particular contracts where organs of state, they would say, we would like to partake in this contract because we can derive value from it. Chair, in terms of our contract renewal plans, as I've already indicated, that we are currently managing 62 contracts, and each and every contract will have its running period. Others, there will be a period of 2 years, others 3 years, others a period of 5 years. So each and every financial year, you'll find contracts coming to an end. So what we do as the office, we will have a plan every financial year to renew those contracts. When I say renew, I mean we will approach the market again to put the contract in place over and above the everyday contract management that we'll be conducting on the 62 various commodity. So in the 2022-2023 financial year, we have planned to renew 16 existing transversal term contracts, and in the following year, there would be 10 transversal term contracts that will be coming to their conclusion, and we're expected to renew them. But of course, there are some activities that will overlap in each and every financial year, where for example, in the 2024-2025 financial year, we'll have commodities, but the work would start well ahead of time to go into that particular financial year. The following 3 slides, Chair, they're showing the interest of provincial departments in the work that we do. So the slide there that I've projected there, it shows you the number of provincial departments or provincial organs of state that are having an interest in our contracts. As an illustration on that slide, the first one there, Chair, is RT15, which is the mobile services. So you will find that if you go to all 9 provinces, you'll find that 108 of various organs of state from the provinces are taking part in that particular contract. And that slide goes and shows in terms of the highest number of organs of state coming from that provincial department. And on the bottom line, on the bottom, Chair, we show the various commodities that are highlighted there. The next slide, Chair, shows us the the provincial organs of state. So if you take our commodity of or our entire portfolio of contracts, and then you look at the number of times that an institution, for example, in the Northern Cape, will appear in our various commodity groups, and you will see in terms of that presentation that Gauteng comes the first. It's like we would have 99 organs of state coming from the Gauteng province that you see in our the various commodities, or in the different 62 commodities. So it shows that Gauteng, followed by the Eastern Cape, Limpopo, KZN, Mpumalanga, Free State, Western Cape, Northwest, and lastly the Northern Cape, are participating in our commodities. So if I were to tell the committee, I would say Gauteng is our biggest, in terms of the provincial participation, is our biggest user, or our biggest support in terms of transversal term contracts, because you will see themselves, you'll see them in various commodities in our portfolio. Chair, the information that we work on, we always try to be as transparent as possible and publish the information that we have in terms of the contracts that we are managing, the pricing that we are paying. Every time there's an amendment, because the various contracts would have contract provisions that if it's a contract for a period of 5 years, there'll be a contract price adjustment regime that we put in place. So every time there's a contract price adjustment, or there's any amendment or anything on the contract, we will communicate that information to our stakeholders by publishing it on the website. So if you go to our website, which is the treasury.gov.za, you'll see there that there's a tab that deals with transversal term contracts. Transversal contracts, if you click on that one on our website, Chair, it will take you to a list of all our commodities that we are managing. And then it will also give you a provision for the amendments that we issue. For example, if you need to check a particular vehicle, what's the price and what's the service provider that's providing that particular vehicle, you'll be able to access it on our website and be able to see all the different information with regards to that particular pricing. And also we have our contact details published there, so that each and every organ of state or a service provider who is interested in the work that we do, they can be able to be in contact with us, so that we can be able to assist them with whatever that they need assistance with. Chair, the next slide that I would like to indicate is some of the challenges that we do encounter when we are facilitating transversal term contracts. And one of them is the late participation request. Late participation request is that when we go out on tender, we will sensitize organs of state to say, we are in the process of renewing this particular commodity. As transversal term contracts are not mandatory, I would like them to indicate their interest in forming part of the organs of state that will be partaking in that particular commodity. But what we see is that organs of state will take time to confirm that, and we will have what we call post-award participation. It means they will be coming after the contract has been put in place. And another issue that makes our work difficult is the lack of integrated reporting system. Now, Chair, if you were to ask me what's the number of vehicles that are purchased in Limpopo, for example, I would have a difficulty in going into an integrated system and draw that information real life and tell you now. It's something that I have to go to the report, the spend report data, where sometimes it's not consistent or it's not updated. So it makes it difficult to analyze data in real time when you don't have an integrated system where this information can be stored. And another issue is the issue of inconsistent budget commitments. You'll find institutions coming to say I have budgeted X amount of money to be spent in this particular commodity, but when you request spending data as the contract progresses, you see either there's underspending or there's overspending over and above what they have provided us in the beginning. Also, the issue of late payments, Chair, it's something that we can never overemphasize, that sometimes organs of state do take time to pay service providers, particularly where there are no disputes. It's understandable where a service provider has invoiced an institution, but the institution is not happy with what it has been invoiced. Then you can understand when there's lateness in terms of payments. But where an invoice has been submitted, there's no disputes, but you find organs of state that they don't pay as we expect them to. And the other one, Chair, is that we have a directorate where we have designated it especially for the education portfolio. Similarly to health and transport, we found it important when we're doing our analysis that perhaps we should have an education desk that will help the National Department of Education and the provincial departments of education with regards to education-related commodities. But we are finding it difficult in terms of participation coming from provincial departments of education. The national department, I must say, Chair, that it's very supportive in terms of trying to assist us to collect the information and try to craft the commodities, but we always get the resistance from provincial treasury, provincial departments of education to be part of the transversal contracts. And it also difficult to get to understand the reasons as to why they would not want to be part of our transversal contracts. As an example, Chair, we've got the two contracts, which is RT7 and RT17. RT7 is the distribution of textbooks, and RT17 is the school stationery. But as you can see in that slide, Chair, only correctional services participate in both contracts, and only the Limpopo Department of Education is partaking in the RT7 contract, but not in the RT17. And the rest of the provincial departments of education, they are arranging their own different contracts. And I think it would have been an ideal situation where you have all the 9 provinces in one room collating all their requirements and approaching the market with all those different requirements on the contract, so that we can derive the benefits that I've outlined in the beginning of my presentation. Chair, in closing, in terms of the expansion that we have with regards to the new commodities that we have, as I've highlighted, that we have added new commodities. We have 2 new commodities: the auditing, recalibration, and configuration of electricity smart meters, and where we'll be helping various organs of state that provide those services to help them put a contract in place with regards to electricity smart meters. And the other one is the air quality management system. The air quality management system, Chair, it's for the different municipalities and the South Africa Weather Services, where they are tasked with the responsibility of monitoring air quality management system in their various jurisdictions. So this commodity will help them in putting a contract in place to make sure that there are quality management station in various places where they can be able to monitor air quality in those spaces. Chair, this is the end of my presentation as far as transversal contracting is concerned, and I will give my colleagues an opportunity to present other matters that we are bringing to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mofu. Let's see who's coming in on which topic. I can see that the time that I was allocating you, I was being very optimistic and ambitious. OCPO, can you finish all your presentations by Q2?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to the honorable members of the Standing Committee on Appropriations. My name is Willie Matebula, and I am actually responsible for the supply chain management policy within the office of the Chief Procurement Officer. Chair, thank you so much. I just want to take the committee to where we are on certain issues that relate to policy. The first slide, Chair, that refers to the status on the preferential procurement regulations. Chair, you may be aware that for the better part of last year,
Mr. Matebula.
Yes, Chair.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair.
We want to see that you are not talking to the ghost.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, then you can switch it off if your connectivity is weak.
That's fine. I'm not so sure if you can see my face.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
That's right. Okay. No, that's fine, Chair. What I was trying to say, Chair, is that the better part of last year, we were working on the preferential procurement regulations based on the Constitutional Court judgment invalidating the 2017 regulations, which the court said were ultra vires, the act itself. So this is just to give now the status of where we are in terms of the preferential procurement regulations. So we've issued the new regulations. They became effective on the 16th of January. So the 2017 regulations are now history. Now, we promulgated these on the 4th of November last year, of course. And there were roadshows across the entire country just to induct and orientate institutions on what is new and in the regulations. But I must say, Chair, that there is, of course, a concern, must raise this issue of concern from some sectors of the society that Treasury should have prescribed special localization as a mandatory requirement in the preferential policies of organs of state, because there is a fear that leaving this particular important issue to organs of state may have a serious impact on job creation. As you know, that we were emphasizing on local content and production. Now, the new regulations, Chair, of course, are empowering organs of state to develop their own policies and of course, implement them within the framework, which is that Preferential Procurement Policy Framework Act. And organs of state, of course, are required to identify specific goals from the Act and also from the then RDP framework of 1994, which was signed by President Mandela at the time. There are certain goals in that RDP framework where organs of state need to go to and then try to identify those and make sure that as they invite tenders or even in their policies, they include those goals to say, as organs of state, we will promote, whether you're talking local industrialization or small business, women, youth, etc. However, what is important, Chair, is that in the development of their own policies, institutions are compelled to comply with Section 10(1)(b) of the BBB Act. So this particular element should not be lost. We know that there has always been an outcry from the public that the Treasury seemed to have thrown out the BE requirement, not actually because that is prescribed in the Act itself. So when organs of state are developing their policies, they are required to ensure that they comply with the BE Act, especially that Section 10(1)(b). It's quite specific that it then enjoins organs of state to ensure that their policies are in keeping with the BE Act. Now, the one other thing, Chair, we continue to provide the necessary technical support and clarification on the regulations, the new regulations. We understand that institutions may be picking up, of course, challenges in the sense that this is new to them. Now, there are limitations, Chair. I mean, this is an issue that comes way back that the Act does have limitations, especially because you've got that 80-20 and the 90-10 in the system, which of course can't be taken away now unless you amend or you repeal that Act. So these are issues that we're trying to address through the Public Procurement Bill, which will serve as a single national overarching procurement regulatory framework in the country. Can you just move to the next slide, please? Yeah, and this is just, Chair, to also present where we are in terms of the bill and what are the, at least some critical elements of the bill that the committee should be aware of. The bill is, of course, the aim of the bill is quite to consolidate and remove fragmentation in the procurement system in the country. And then also it provides measures to leverage public procurement to advance economic opportunities for historically disadvantaged and so on. That's what you can just move to the next slide. I think the committee knows about this. Now in the bill, there is a dedicated chapter that provides for a variety of measures, Chair, in terms of transformation. And that is contained in that chapter 4 of the bill. There are other chapters, of course, of the bill, but this one specifically deals with the issues that are related to economic empowerment and transformation. As you can see, you can just move to the next slide because I'm just mindful of the time. This is just some of the issues that are contained in the bill. There is also a chapter that deals with the provisions of a differentiated procurement system for a range of goods. You're talking infrastructure, capital goods, your normal run-of-the-mill procurement. So, which of course would come in the form of regulations, especially infrastructure, Chair, which will come in the form of regulations because you can't put everything in the primary legislation. So, and then there are some, of course, provisions as indicated on that part of chapter 4. This is just a glimpse of what is contained in that particular. You can just move to the next part. These are just some of the issues, Chair, that are in there. There are set-asides for Black economic empowerment issues, and then also localization, prohibition of importation of goods into the country. And that's what this particular, and of course it does say that the minister will issue regulations and also, but he must consult with other colleagues of his when he develops any other procurement related issues, whether you're talking innovation and you're talking issues around localization and so on. And also the bill does make provision for the use of technology, which is quite critical in terms of transparency imperatives on our procurement process to make sure that we publicize information and people have got access to the information that we have. Now, the status of the bill, where the bill is, by the time we met, I think it was in October, so Chair, we did indicate that we're still in the process. It was in August, if I recall. We were in the process of the discussions at NETLEC, so that process is now behind us. It was completed in October, and then the bill was subjected to the legal vetting by the state law advisor. We've received also the comments from the state law advisor, and we also sent the bill to the presidency for the socio-economic impact assessment. And now what is happening, we are putting together a CAB memo. So this bill is supposed to go to CAB memo because entire intention to make sure that at least we meet the March deadline that we've promised to the nation, that the bill will be presented to Parliament in next month, Chair. So this is where we are. Some of the issues that we're dealing with, of course, currently engaging metros to identify challenges on infrastructure delivery to make sure that at least where there are bottlenecks which are created by the regulatory framework, we deal with those. And we're also engaging with the relevant national departments, public works, to look at streamlining the framework on construction. And then, of course, there are issues, of course, that we spoke about earlier, Chair, around infrastructure, to make sure that these people do spend on infrastructure and they don't return the allocations unnecessary to the national revenue. You can just move to the next slide. These are just measures, Chair, that we have in place to promote transparency in the procurement system. We've got the CSD, I'm sure you know, right? And its tenets, of course, the fact that, you know, there would be bidders or potential bidders who now are able to interact directly on a live system, which is linked to CIPC, the DTI and SARS and the bank details of all suppliers. The e-tender portal, which is there, which enables organs of state to publish tenders and procurement plans. People can, of course, align themselves for opportunities that are out there, but that information is already in that transparent system. Now, the one other issue, Chair, which Muthushi spoke to, and I must also emphasize the fact that the issue around payment of suppliers, of course, he highlighted that issue. And this is still an issue. And of course, there are reports that are generated by the OAG, which are tabled to FOSAT as well as government institutions, especially at national and provincial level. And I think maybe Parliament could also assist us in this regard to make sure that the payment of suppliers in whatever form, because you also want to make sure that the money is circulating in the economy. Thank you, Chair. Let me stop here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Matebula. Are we dealing with the Q3 deviations now? Any other presenter from OCPO?
Yes, Honorable Chair. My name is Sakile Manyati from the OCPO. I'm acting Chief Director in SAM governance, compliance, governance, and monitoring. Good morning, and we wish to just maybe through you, Chair, and ensure that we present the statistics as per the requirements of the committee. So if it's possible, you can just please go to slide 54, where the actual the deviations and contract modifications are, because the first few slides are actually a repetition of what we have presented to the committee in August last year. But it is also important to indicate that the accounting officers or accounting authorities of the departments and the institutions, they are now with the prerogative of approving any deviations and any contract modifications. So that's very important to outline, although I'm not going to go into detail as to the background. We did present that to the committee in August. So let's get into the actual number of contract modifications and deviations that happened in quarter 3 of 2022-2023. So if you look at the highest, we're going to look at the highest to the lowest in terms of the rand value. If you look at the AEMFC, that's a mining finance corporation. They were the number one in this quarter 3 with 1 billion and some thousands or millions above. As to compared to the previous instruction note, which is the instruction note 3 of 2016-2017, where GTEC was number one with 1.8 billion. So comparing these two, we thought it would be much easier to the committee and the Honorable Chair to highlight that the top 20 from the previous financial year or from the previous the old instruction note was the overall total was 8.1 billion. That is when we were approving the deviations. But when we are now, the approval is now with the accounting officers or accounting authorities, it dropped significantly to 2.6 billion. So there's about, so to say, a 6 billion drop. So you can move to the next slide. So as we indicate on the analysis there, where we are now comparing the old instruction note in terms of Q3 and the new instruction note. The analysis is as per as noted on the previous slide. There's a huge overall shift between the transaction of the total amount of 8.1 billion that was during the time we were approving the deviations, and to now, which is 2.6 billion. So this can be due to the institutions procuring, not procuring anymore using deviations, or this can be due to the institutions not reporting the deviations as per the new instruction note. So having said that, because the last two bullets are a little bit subjective, the intervention from the OCPO is that we have instituted a process where we wrote to the institutions or government institutions, especially to the top 20, that are not appearing into the top 20 of this new current financial year, versus to the Q3 of the previous financial year where we were approving the deviations. So that process is ongoing, but the letters have been dispatched to those institutions just to indicate if indeed they did not procure using other means, with other words, using deviations. So upon receipt of for example, an answer that says no, we did not procure via deviations, that will be so suspicious because previously they had a large chunk of amount that were sent to us for approval. Now that it is approved by them, how is that so that the drop will be so significant? So hence then that process will trigger us to refer those cases to the AXA, which is the Auditor General of South Africa, for a special audit process to verify if that no answer was indeed true. So upon, for example, on the other side, upon a yes response, then such transactions will be prioritized for a site visit and bid reviews. Just for the last one on the contract modifications, next slide. Again, when you look at this in the overall, we had 11 billion that we approved as National Treasury during the Q3 of the previous instruction note. Now there's a huge drop of up to 988 million. So meaning that there's a drop of about, I would say, 10 billion from 11 billion, which is a huge drop. So as you look at the institutions that are also contributing to that, you can see that Eskom was number one in the old instruction note with 9 billion. In actual fact, the 11 billion was made up of Eskom because the difference is so small. But this time around, they are still number one, but a drop of almost so to say 8 billion or 8 billion and some millions above, because they are now at 332 million. So that's a huge drop. In that case, although Eskom did report, they are still on the top 20 as they were still on the top 20 in the previous instruction note, but the drop is huge. So in that case, we will also probably even write to them to indicate, is it true that you dropped from 9 billion to 332 million. How is that possible? And if the answer is yes, then we will then do some site visit and bid reviews. And if the answer is no, and again, the matter will be referred to AXA. The next slide. That should be my almost last slide, Chair. Again, as I indicated, the huge drop between 11.1 billion, which was approved by us, to 988 million. So that is a cause for concern. Again, the process that we followed is the same one that we have instituted, writing to the institutions that are no longer appearing in the new instruction note where they are approving these deviations, these contract modifications. Again, the same process. If the answer is no, that they were not procuring via or extending or doing contract modifications, then the matter will be referred to AXA. If the answer is yes, then the transactions will be prioritized for site visits. The last segment, Chair, the very last one, it's about the imperatives, where the score indicated or requested that we present on the companies that actually got these deviations, where they Black owned, where they women owned, where they youth owned. So this slide is basically outlining that in the high level. It is also important to indicate that there are no changes up to so far from what we presented in August. The status quo remains as it was in August. With other words, as you can see, the companies that got deviations from the previous deviations that we talked about, they are 52% Black owned. That is in terms of the number of suppliers, and in terms of the rand value that they got from these deviations, again, it is 59%, that's almost 60%. In this case, I would say the organs of the state, various organs of the state are actually doing a little bit better here compared to the last two slides that I will be presenting. You can just move to the women one. The women-owned suppliers, it's not looking good. As you can see, that almost 46% of these deviations went to non-women-owned companies. So meaning that very likely went to women-owned. So the picture is still the same as it was in August. It did not change that much. The majority is still not going to women-owned companies. In terms of the rand value, again, similar pattern. It says they're now partially women-owned. But still, it means that if it's partial, it might happen that the company got 4 directors, 2 are men and 2 are women. So in that case, then that's why it's regarded as partial. But the fully owned by women companies are very little, very, very little. There's no improvement on this aspect. That is in terms of deviations. Let's quickly move probably now to youth. Again, on the deviations. Again, the picture here is not good. With 76% of companies that got these deviations were non-youth, meaning that almost the other 25% or 24% went to either adult people and the rest. But as you can see, there are also government entities that got contracts. So we can't identify the government entity as a youth or as a non-youth, because it's just a government entity. It's got no gender, it's got no age. So that is in terms of the youth-owned companies that got the deviations. It's still bad because it's not as it was anticipated by government objectives. Maybe towards the last, Chair, the very last, now it's about expansions. Similar patterns, no difference. Black owned, we are doing a little bit better here. You can go to the next slide in terms of women owned. Again, the picture is still not good, because the majority of companies do not go to women-owned, the expansions did not go to women-owned companies. As you can see, not women-owned amounted to 40% and above, and then the rest are sharing the pie. Again, similar with the rand value, partially owned by women is 50%. Again, partially owned by women is not good enough, because that means that it's a mixture of company owned by men and women, and which is not what the government intends to do. Probably let's move to the youth. That will be the very last slide, Chair. Again, the similar patterns here. Not youth-owned is 64% in terms of the numbers, and not youth-owned in terms of the rent value, it's 77%. So that is a picture that is opposite to what the government is trying to achieve, to channel the contracts or deviations and expansions to youth-owned suppliers. But unfortunately, up to so far, since we reported to this committee in August, the picture did not change. The only thing that we are continuously doing well on is the Black-owned companies, and in terms of the numbers and the rent value. Other than that, the women-owned, youth-owned, we really not doing or making any progress in that, or I would say the organs of the state, because these are the reports from the organs of the state, and they are the ones that are procuring these contracts, not the National Treasury per se. I think that will be the last slide for me, Chair. Apologies for encroaching on the time.
Thank you. I take it that OCPO is done with the presentation. Am I correct?
Correct, Chair.
Okay, that was the last presentation. All members, with your permission, I think let's allow Dr. Mampo and the team to present. And then when we get into the question and answer session, we do both OCPO and National Treasury. If you allow me to do that, or members, any objection? I take it no objection. Okay, thank you. How are you, Honorable Sheikh Imam?
I'm fine with that, Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Dr. Mampo, are you ready?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. Yes, I'm ready, Chair.
Okay, good morning to you and the team, as we said at the beginning. But before we even proceed, going over the presentation, I was just saying, why did you decide this time to give us long stories, or you in a thesis writing mode? Because usually we've had presentations about the expenditures, put in a graph, where once you put a graph, they were able to see. As now this time you give us a long narrative. Why did you decide to change the format that you always come to the committee with? As you continue with your presentation, please answer that. And as you answer that, I think I would still request you that even after this presentation, please send to us the format that you have always been giving to the committee.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just trying to share my screen quickly. Okay, so Chairperson, it's not a change in the format. So what we normally do, Chairperson, we send the full detail to the committee, and then after we submit the presentation in full details as well as the report, then we do a shorter presentation that is more of an analysis. So I have sent through the presentation yesterday to Darren. Hopefully he received it. And this is just a shorter analysis, Chairperson, of the presentation. So when I try and do...
Honorable members, sorry, Dr. Members, please just mute your mics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, so basically, layer that you have would have been the one that accompanies the report. Then a couple of days before we come to the committee, then I prepare a one that has the analysis for the committee. So for this quarter, Chairperson, what we have realized is basically that because we had MTBPS and we revised the numbers between MTBPS and the budget, most of the departments showed both. There was a combination of both overspending and underspending. And when you look at it on aggregate, Chairperson, the underspending was only 93.2 million. But this doesn't really mean that this is in the fourth quarter, this is the minimum underspending we're going to see. What tends to happen, Chairperson, is that after MTBPS, departments then revise their drawing schedule, and then from there we start looking at the new drawing schedule. We do this, Chairperson, because during the MTBPS, we make a lot of adjustments to the different budgets. So when we come in the third quarter, we will have taken those adjustments into consideration. So Chairperson, we still report on the COVID numbers. So year to date, the COVID spending was 21.3 billion, and this is mainly from the Department of Social Development for the 350 grant. And then we also now report on the disaster funding, and for the third quarter, the money that has been allocated for the disasters in different provinces and the national department is 2.7 billion. I'm sure the provinces
Dr. Mampo.
Yes, Chair.
Sorry to interrupt you. I just want to make sure that you are not lost as in your explanation about what you do after the MTPS and what that does to your comparisons between in your assessment of expenditure of the Q3. Just repeat that, because
So Chairperson, how we calculate the projection is that on the 1st of April, we ask departments to give us their drawing schedule, what they expect to draw down for the rest of the year. So from 1st of April to the 31st of March. So between, so this is what we use as projected spending vis-a-vis what they draw down at the end of the month. So when we get to October, Chairperson and honorable members, we then assume we change the estimates to take into consideration any adjustments that we would have made in the MTBPS. So between 1 April and 30th of September, those numbers, we take them as actual. So we revise their drawing to make it actual numbers because those months would have passed. And then we ask them to revise their drawing schedule for the remaining months of the year. So what tends to happen is that this improves their drawings and their estimated drawings, and mostly it takes into consideration some of the adjustments that we would have made at the time of the MTBPS. These adjustments, Chairperson, that would have made at the time of the adjustment will be a combination of allocations, additional allocations, especially for the unforeseen and unavoidable expenditure. It takes into consideration any rollovers that would have been awarded to different departments who qualify for rollovers. It also takes into consideration the environment up to the MTBPS time, as well as any movement between the departments. So for example, we took Parliament approved moving funds from Department of Social Development to Transnet and also to Sanral. So those adjustments, Chairperson, will be the adjustments that we take into consideration in October. Now, if you don't take those transactions into consideration and you continue to use the drawing schedule as of the 1st of April, then it means for some of the departments who have more money, it will make their numbers look like they are overspending. But the ones where we took out money, for example, social development, if you don't adjust, it will look like the department is underspending by a significant amount. So that's why we change the drawing schedule so that it reflects the changes we would have made in the MTBPS. Hopefully that is clarifies it, Chair, but please let me know if I need to go back to just explain it. But mainly it's just for us to take into consideration the adjustments we've done in the MTBPS, so that we try to be as accurate as possible with our underspending. And another key thing, Chairperson, that took place that is also impacting on the numbers, and the department have to fix it in the next quarter, is the fact that the 3% salary increases that was approved was only implemented in November, and that was after the department submitted their drawing schedule. So that for most of these departments, they're showing overspending, but this is not something that we worry about, Chairperson and honorable members, because this money was allocated to the departments and they are not overspending above what is allocated to them. So the discrepancies in the numbers in the third quarter is also due to that fact that this amount was given to the different departments. So, Chairperson and honorable members, just looking quickly at the department that showed the significant underspendings. As I said, even if the overall or the aggregate amount is 93 million for the third quarter, there are still departments that showed a bit of underspending. And the first one that we looking at is basically Quarter, with an underspending of 2.6 billion. Followed by social development at 1.9, transport 1.5, DTIC, which is trade, industry and competition, 836.4 billion, and then basic education at 766 million. Then,
Mampu,
Chairperson?
DTIC would be 836.4 million, can't be billion. Agreed?
Yes, sorry, Chair. Yes, Siam, it's almost the whole budget. Is 804 million. Thank you so much, Chair. Looking at the departments then that showed a significant overspending. The first one is the Department of Public Enterprises at 7 billion. And then followed by police at just under 1 billion, science and innovation 684, higher education close to 600, and then the other two, environmental affairs and employment and labor, at around 350 million and overspending. So, Chairperson and honorable members, just taking the committee through the basic reasons for this underspending. I think every quarter we can see a similar trend in departments that have conditional grants, and those conditional grants basically go to municipalities. So what tends to happen is that the department will hold these conditional grants until the municipalities adhere to the Division of Revenue Act, and once they adhere to this, then the funding is allocated to the municipalities. The reason why we not stress out, Chairperson and honorable members, that we see in quarter underspending in the third quarter of this year at around 2.6 billion is because the municipal year starts in the 1st of July to the 30th of June the following year. So basically what this means is that they still have 2 more quarters for them to correct this and adhere to the Division of Revenue, and then the funds can then flow through to the different municipalities. So basically the department and treasury are assisting these municipalities to adhere to this, and I think in the next round, when we come to the committee, this underspending will be resolved because the funds will be then transferred to the different municipalities. Chairperson, in terms of social development, as I said in the previous quarter, what we tried to do was to deal with inclusion errors. So basically, when we were working with the Department of Social Development, we then had to look at are we including people that should not be included? And also, which is more important, are we excluding people that should be included in the system? So what we have done to deal with the inclusion and the exclusion errors, which is what we refer to, Chairperson and honorable members, is that we basically spoke to the different banks and we contacted the different banks to do what we call an income test. Basically, what that means, Chairperson and honorable members, is that if a person has multiple bank accounts, because we contacted the banks, we can pick up if someone has more than one bank account and how much income they get in those different bank accounts. So if a person has two bank accounts and combined, their income is less than the food poverty line, which is around 670 odd rands per month, then if it's less, that person will receive the 350 grant. And if it's more than the food poverty line, the person will not receive the 350 grant. The reason why we have done it like that, Chairperson, was that we picked up when we were doing the second and third iteration of the grant, that there are people who have multiple bank accounts, who have jobs, who are earning incomes, but because we didn't do this income test, they will register with a particular bank account that doesn't have income, then they will receive this 350 and they shouldn't receive the 350 because they have income that is coming in through other different bank accounts. What we also did, Chairperson, is that there's a lot of people that are in the informal sector that are not registered as employed, so they are registered as unemployed. Now, if the previous requirement was that a person must be unemployed and then you get the grant, but because there are people who are in the informal sector who are still doing part-time jobs that are not registered as employed, by doing this income test, working with the banks, one will then pick up even some of these people who are part-time and are not registered as employed. Another reason, Chairperson, we had to do this was to look at in the second and third round of iterations, there were students who were benefiting from the 350 because they are unemployed, and we didn't have sufficient resources to test on whether a student is in university, they're getting a grant from NSFAS, for example. So if you then look at the income test and you look at their bank account, then you can see if someone gets a grant from NSFAS, and if someone gets a grant from NSFAS or any other bursary and they're a student, then they don't qualify for the 350. So by doing those tests to deal with the inclusion errors, Chairperson, we then managed to save some of the funding. So the 1.9 billion that you see for social development, it is not because the needy are not getting the grant as they deserve the grant. It's more of cleaning the system and making sure that only the people who deserve the grant are the people that are given the grant. So I don't want the committee to worry that there is underspending in social development and there are still our people that are suffering and they don't have the income. It's because we're cleaning the system. That's why there's some savings that we're picking up in the department. Then in transport, honorable members and Chairperson, the underspending that is there is 1.5 billion. And this is similar to Quarter, where we were withholding the public transport network grant. And this was basically because there was no compliance with the grant conditions that are set out in the Division of Revenue. But of course, as I said, once the municipality or the municipalities adhere to this, then the funding will definitely be transferred to the municipality. The DTIC, which is trade and industry, most of this is basically the lower than anticipated disbursements of funds, and this is mainly because of the few claims that were received under the special economic zones. And then the last one, Chairperson, that we wanted to bring to your attention, although we're not too worried about it, as I said, is just the Department of Basic Education, and even then it was withholding some of the transfers to Mpumalanga, and this is because of the lower spending on the infrastructure grant, but also there was lesser than expected spending on the capital spending, and this was mainly because of the school infrastructure backlog grants and mostly just invoices. So if invoices, and I mean, as you can imagine, Chairperson and honorable members, in December, by the 15th of December, the government is closed. There's not a lot of activities in this quarter. So the departments are finalizing most of these invoices and claims because we have to close for the month of March. Most of those unpaid invoices will be dealt with through in the last quarter. So we're not really worried about the underspending. I think the one that we would worry about is when we finalize these numbers in March. In the next month, when we come back to the committee, then that's when we're going to see the true reflection of this. But for now, we are comfortable that the departments will, one, assist the municipalities, make sure that the municipalities adhere to these conditions, and then they get the transfer. The one in social development is more of an efficiency gain rather than it being underspending. And then for basic education and DTIC, they will deal with these disbursements in the next quarter. Then, Chairperson, as I said, there's then there are those departments that showed a bit of overspending. But Chairperson, what is good about the system is that we're trying to implement or introduce flexibility into the system. So if departments have pressures in the third quarter, we allow them to withdraw more than what they say they will withdraw. And then in the following quarter, we will then sum that up or average it so that we don't delay the department. So as I said, for public enterprises, the main reason for the overspending is basically that ESCOM withdrew the allocation earlier than what was anticipated by the departments. So basically, when I mean with the drawing schedule, Chairperson and honorable members, is that the departments, for example, will be allocated, let's say 200 for the year, or let's say 1,200 for the year. Then they will come to Treasury and say, for each month of the year, we're gonna withdraw 100 until the end of the month. So, I mean, the end of the year. So what tends to happen is that for departments that are under pressure, like Department of Public Enterprises, then they will come to Treasury and say, instead of withdrawing 100 for the rest of the 4 months, can we withdraw 300 in 1 month? And then we're not gonna withdraw in the next 2 months because of the pressure that is there. So they're not going to overspend at the end of the year, but then it means for the next quarter, their spending amount will be much lesser because they would have withdrawn most of the money in this quarter. So we're not worried that they will overspend at the end of the year. And this is a similar case to the South African Police Service. The allocation of funds is there, and it was done we're gonna come to the committee and present a second adjustments bill. And this bill will basically have, will definitely have the compensation of employees allocations to the department after government settled at 3% for the year. So basically the department or the police, South African Police Service, had to pay this 3.1, which was not budgeted for. That's why you're looking at close to R1 billion overspending. But because the money will be allocated to them through the bills, we won't see this overspending at the end of the year. For science and innovation, Chairperson, basically the payments were made in this quarter relative to the previous quarter. So that's why we're picking up some of the overspending. But as I said, between the year, they can move around with the payments as long as they don't want leave the payments later too much, which will create a spike. And secondly, they don't overspend on an overall budget for the year. We are flexible in assisting these departments. And then on higher education and training, this is mainly because we are transferring the funds, we're transferring the infrastructure grants to universities earlier than what was expected, because initially the department would have wanted to withdraw in the fourth quarter, but basically they withdrew the funds in the third quarter. And this was because the minister approved these transfers earlier than they anticipated. So this is a good thing. It's better to transfer earlier than later, so that it gives the entities enough time to spend the resources. Then the forest, fisheries and environment, the employment and labor, the overspending is not significant. It's about 350. And basically, these are some of the reasons given. So Chairperson, all in all, we are not bringing any department to your attention, because we're thinking that in the fourth quarter, these overspending and underspending would have been dealt with. And we're still working with departments just to make sure that the changes that we've made in the MTBPS are implemented and are reflecting in these numbers. Then Chairperson and honorable members, I think what is becoming clearer as we do the work that we do is that the disasters are becoming more frequent and they are becoming more intense. So this is just a summary of the disaster funding that is there currently. So before, Chairperson, before we came in the MTBPS, there was the disaster relief grants, which were allocated about 1 billion. But when we then went through the MTBPS process, we realized that we don't really allocate funds between MTBPS and budget. So what we did in the MTBPS, we topped up the grants for provinces and municipalities, so that the departments can then deal with disasters that will come in after MTBPS but before budget. So basically what is available in the system to deal with some of these disasters is 447 million. This is provinces, and then for the remaining month, of course, of 2023. But also we have 248 million for municipalities. But this is not the only available funding, Chairperson and honorable members. The municipalities and provinces and national departments can still reprioritize within their existing budget to deal with this, but also there can be reprioritization within the grants funding. And what is good, as I explained earlier, is that the municipalities have their financial year starting from 1st of June to 1st of July to June. So basically they're in the second quarter of their financial year. So they still have enough time and enough resources that they can reprioritize to augment the allocation that we made in the MTBPS. And then for post-disaster repair, so this is mainly, honorable members, for immediate responses. But of course, for the post-disaster repair and recovery, we deal with this through the budget process or the adjustments budget process. So we will come back to Parliament with unforeseen and unavoidable expenditure, where we address some of these repairs and recoveries. And then also, of course, there's allocations that we can make in the budget that will mainly be to address the recovery and repairs of the damaged infrastructure due to these natural disasters. Then Chairperson, just quickly on the public entities, the slides that I've sent has all the entities that the committee asked us to deal with, but I think the three that I wanted to bring to the attention of the committee is, the first one is PRASA. Basically what we're finding with PRASA is that continuously there's a decline in the ridership, and the numbers are declining continuously. And this is mainly because of PRASA's inability to accelerate the rollout of their capital program. Therefore, the income that they're supposed to generate from trains and buses is reducing quite considerably. And as a result, it makes the cash flows for PRASA a bit of a problem. But this is hopefully the department and the entity will try to fast track their capital rollout program, so that they can start getting their own revenues to deal and manage their operational expenditure. The Road Accident Fund, Chairperson, as you are aware, and honorable members, The reps bill is still in Parliament. I mean, in the department, they need to submit it. But basically, the entity has tried to manage their liquidity, and this was mainly done by finding savings or realizing some of the savings by insourcing certain functions of the funds. And basically, they also had limited administration-related business activities in the quarter. So all in all, the fund realized a surplus of around 2.06 billion, and this was higher than what the fund has projected. And then the last entity, chairperson, that I wanted to talk about and bring to your attention, of course, will be the South African National Roads Agency, where there was an allocation that was done to assist the entity in paying the GFIP debt. So basically, as announced by the Minister of Finance, we're working with the province to do the memorandum of agreement to deal with the 30% that the province needs to contribute to GFIP debt. The 70% national part of it has been allocated, but we have to take the process through the budget process to request for additional funding for the rest of the debt. And then maintenance and other announcement that were made by the province, it means that the province will be responsible for funding some of the announcements that they have made. So, Chairperson, this is us. There's a lot of background information that I've put in the slide for the committee, but because in this quarter the underspending was minimal, and we are aware of the reasons why they were underspending, and we don't foresee that is going to be a problem. We didn't go through a detailed assessment of every department, but when we come back, Chairperson, in the last quarter, we're going to provide the committee with the numbers of underspending. Looking at them across the board, looking at them across different years. We're going to bring to the committee the MIC spike, so the departments that are showing a spike in March and what we have been doing to try and minimize that. We'll definitely bring that analysis to the committee when we come in the next quarter. Chairperson, this is public finance. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Mampo, for the presentations. Yeah, oral members, you know how we do it. First, indicate, and I'll take the names of the oral members who would like to interact with both presentations. So you will indicate when you pose a question that this one is going to this OCPO, and the when you are also posing a question to Dr. Mampo, you'll say so. So let me get indications of the names of the oral members who would like to. Oral members.
Matapa.
Honorable Matafa.
Mlenzana.
Honorable Mlenzana.
Yes, sir. It's Honorable Sarupan, please.
Honorable Sarupan.
Peters.
Kaiso. Honorable Peters. Honorable Kaiso. Honorable members. I've got Honorable Matafa, Honorable Lenzana, Honorable Sarupen, Honorable Peters, Honorable Kaiso. Okay.
Honorable Hlangweni.
Honorable Hlangweni. Honorable members. Okay, honorable members. My stopwatch will be on. Can we try 5 minutes for the start and see how far we go? If we still have time, I'll come back to you. Our members, try to confine yourself to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning once again to you, honorable members. and our guests on the platform, members of the media. Chair, I just have a few observations that I would want to share and maybe a few questions. I will start first with the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer. The first one is maybe to comment that finally the procurement bill has a date in sight. We are looking forward to its tabling because it's been in the pipeline for quite some time. Having said that, Chair, I just want to maybe check on the side of the office, what measures will they take to promote some of the provisions that are aimed at empowering Black-owned companies and previously disadvantaged individuals, especially as the bill prescribes for the consideration of the BEE Act. The reason I'm raising this, Chair, you would remember that there was negative publicity on the court judgment as far as BEE is concerned. So I'm just interested to find out what is it that we're going to do to ensure that those that are likely to benefit, who would have been covered by BEE, are aware that the bill still provides for them. The second point, Chair, is on the issue of the Presidential Youth Employment Program. Given the numbers that are there on the deviations and expansions, did we see any shift as far as departments responding to the call by the president? And for me, Chair, the call by the president to focus on the youth was an indictment on departments to say that they are not doing enough to ensure that the youth are covered as far as the economy of the state is concerned. And it's worrying, Chair, because the youth and women actually is the majority citizenry in the country. So are there any suggestions on how departments can actually ensure that youth and women are also considered as far as procurement is concerned in the public space? The last one to the procurement officer, Chair, is on the issue of payment of suppliers. The non-payment is a problem, and we all agree that is a risk to small, medium enterprises because their delayed payment or non-payment results in most of them defaulting on the debts that they would have incurred to render services for the state. In 2019, the president lamented this issue and indicated that it's well and good to open opportunities to small and medium enterprises in the state, but it becomes a problem and a reverse of these gains when we do not pay them. The Public Service Commission therefore recommended that maybe non-payment of suppliers must also be seen as financial misconduct. What is the view of the procurement officer? And are there any suggestions to ensure that these departments are held to account? This committee came very strongly on this issue, but we see the problem, it is not going away. What can be done to ensure that service providers are paid on time, particularly the 30 days as it is prescribed? Chair, on the questions that I have for Dr. Mambo, which will be very brief. The first one, Chair, is a concern on the filling of vacant positions. Again, just like the non-payment of service providers, this is a problem that we have been speaking on for quite some time. Again, there is no improvement. We look at the Public Service and Administration Department to assist in this regard, but they are also implicated. Because if you look at some of the numbers that we see on the presentation, they are also in senior management position, the DPSA is found wanting. What is it that can be done to ensure that vacancies that are budgeted for are filled? Because it becomes a problem when you speak of employment creation, but yet we ourselves are unable to fill vacancies that are created. The second one, Chair, is on the IFMS. How far is National Treasury as far as its implementation? This, again, is a matter that comes a long way back, and we just need to find out how far are we in terms of that can be implemented. The last one, Chair, is just to solicit the view of National Treasury on what seems to be the most persistent factors to underperformance particularly as it relates to under expenditure. Myself and Honorable Mlenzana serve in the Auditor General. The Auditor General laments on this issue as well, because as she does her audit, she also looks at the impact of what underspending has on the country's citizens. And indeed, it's a negative impact. So from the side of National Treasury, what seems to be the factors that maybe needs the attention of the legislature so that we are then able to assist departments to move forward, particularly on the issue of under expenditure? Chair, you have addressed the issue of the presentation, the layout, because it would have also been helpful to immediately pick up from the presentation I can say general defaulters as far as underspending is concerned in a simple glance. So I think that one you have covered it very well. I will pause there, Chair. Thank you very much for the presentations and the opportunity to engage on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Matafa. Well on time. But I've just been called by Dr. Mampo and said that we still had one unit which needed to present on the SOCs, the assets and liabilities team from National Treasury. So if I can just interrupt your questions, honorable members, to allow Ravesh and the team to make their presentation. They won't be too long. Ravesh.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, and good morning, Honorable Members. Thank you. Let me just put up our presentation and then we'll commence.
Chair,
Lefense, can you take us through to Land Bank? Thank you.
Thanks, Ravesh. Thanks, Chair and the committee members. Unfortunately, Ravesh, I can't see anything that you have shared. But the fortunate part is that I've got the slides on my side, so I'm not sure whether I should continue. I don't see anything on my screen that comes through from your side.
Let's try to get the presentation on the screen, please.
Thanks.
Yeah, there you go.
Thanks, Ravesh. I think I can see it now. I'm hoping. Let me adjust my screen. I'm hoping the chair and everybody, committee members, can see me. Thanks very much. Chair, I'm going to present about the land bank. The story that we have actually said in the past remains. The statement with regards to the negotiations on the land bank side still is the same. But if you look at bullet number 4, you notice that I think the minister has decided that he wants to make decisions. The slides have disappeared once more from my side. Ravesh? Okay, thanks. It's back. If we look at bullet number 4, the minister is in the process of transferring the 5 billion. We're working on that because you'll remember that the land bank was actually given a 7 billion in there, and I think in 2021, and they have not received money from that for the 7 billion. The only part that was utilized was only about approximately 100 million that was actually transferred. In fact, was actually used to pay the claim from the World Bank. So that claim on the guarantee was actually paid from that amount. So basically, the total amount that is outstanding is about 6.9 billion. 2 billion of that amount is actually meant to repay the guaranteed lenders, and that 5 billion is actually meant for utilization by the bank. Remember when you gave us the 7 billion, there were two instructions that you gave us. The first one was that cure the default, and the second one was that utilize that part for Land Bank's development mandate. So in terms of what the minister has actually endorsed is that 2 billion of that, more of the 5 billion will be utilized for curing the default. And then 3 billion will be utilized for the program that Land Bank announced last year, which is the blended finance program. So the minister is working around basically giving that 5 billion to the Land Bank in the current financial year. Because when you look at it, it doesn't seem like the negotiations with the lenders will come to a conclusion anytime soon. And because of technical things and some of the things that lenders are actually demanding, which in some instances are very difficult for government and also the Land Bank to meet. There's also the process of replacing the CEO of the Land Bank, which is at a very advanced stage. Anytime from now, the minister can announce the new CEO of the Land Bank. But remember, in that period between 2020 and date to date, Land Bank has lost a number of critical people and as such, the Land Bank is actually trying to recruit a lot of people to fill up some of these key executive positions. I know that Land Bank has indicated that about four people with four positions we are very critical at a high level needs to be filled. The challenge with Land Bank is that it's difficult to recruit people under its current conditions. Most of people they actually trying to recruit are not willing to join the Land Bank because of its current situation. The good part also is that the Land Bank received an unqualified audit opinion from the general auditor in the last financial year, considering that they got a disclaimer in the year preceding. So it's more of a positive side. Ravesh, you can move the slide. Next slide. Yeah, this slide basically tells of how the 7 billion is going to be utilized, which I've already mentioned: 3 billion for blended finance, 2 billion to cure the default, and another 2 billion to pay the guaranteed lenders. And as we speak, Land Bank is still exempted from tabling a corporate plan, mainly because Minister actually approved that it cannot table or it may not table the corporate plan, mainly because before it actually cures the default. Now, the Land Bank has not cured the default, and the process of actually providing Land Bank with the 5 billion is another way of trying to cure the default. Next slide, Ravesh. This slide basically gives us a synopsis of quarter two financial performance. Despite the challenges in the positive direction, then the improvements in the numbers, in the performance, and you can see that they've recorded a profit of 122 against a budgeted loss of 237 in the preceding years. And then they also generated net interest income of 336 million compared to 195 the previous years. The funding liabilities.
Hello. Yeah, please, can you pick up your speed, please? Speed, yes, sir.
Okay. The funding liabilities are also decreasing. Land Bank is paying the interest, the interest and the capital repayments to the lenders. Also, the non-performing loans are actually improving. So in general, when you look at it, Land Bank is, despite the difficult situation, the situation is improving. Thanks, Chair. I've done my part.
Thanks, Lefense. We'll move on to Eskom, Tabang. If you can do it in about a minute, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's widely known that Eskom is experiencing significant operational and financial challenges. As it stands right now, Eskom has high level of debt beyond its ability to service it, and continues to rely on government support through equity injections to meet their obligations and to maintain their going concern status. And hence, the minister would be announcing the debt solution in the coming budget speech in order to optimize Eskom balance sheet. I think of higher concern is the ever increasing municipal area debt, which is posing a systematic challenge to the entire electricity industry as a whole. And now the debt is sitting at around 56.3 billion. So this is very concerning because the intervention that have been put in place so far have not yielded any desired results. The next slide, Ramesh. And I think here we're just highlighting that Eskom is battling with their plant performance as is manifested through rounds of load shedding, and they continue to have unreliable performance of their plant performance. And this is also demonstrated by low levels of energy availability factor, which shows the ability of the plants to perform. So now the availability is sitting at around 57.725% over the target of 65%. So this is very concerning because they continue to ban open cycle gas turbines, which are very expensive, in order to support the system and try to reduce load shedding. Next slide, Ramesh. So here we're just highlighting the conditions that were attached to the equity injections for the current financial year. All in all, there were almost 24 conditions that were attached, and as Eskom continued to comply with the conditions, we are monitoring these conditions on a bi-monthly basis together with the Department of Public Enterprises as the shareholder representative or executive authority. So as it stands, Eskom is complying with those conditions, actually. Thank you. I think by and large, this is the summary of the presentation. Thanks.
Thanks, Thabang. George, Post Office.
Good morning, everyone. Chair, with the Post Office, the story continues that they continue struggling with making ends meet. Basically, the revenues continue to come lower than what their expenses come out to be. So the latest that then happened is previously, I think we've been reporting that they had a strategy on the table that they call the Post Office of Tomorrow. Now, added to this, they have also, together with the DCDT, the shareholder department, developed a draft postal services market study that would support the economic viability for need for support services. And this is given the changing postal landscape. Now, these studies need to be aligned. The postal services studies would need to be aligned to ensure that the funding the continuation of the post office, it does not lead to a loss of funds to misallocated funds towards non-revenue generating activities. And then the DCT also needs to urgently just finalize and publish the postal services market study in order to determine the role of SAPO in the postal sector. And it's highly important to note that the implementation of the new strategy, it has already commenced on SAPO's side. However, it remains largely challenged due to the lack of funding, and mostly their cash flows are also constrained. So a lot of the projects that they need to that underpin the sort of the turnaround in their strategy are held back because there's no money to put into capitalizing some of the projects. And then, in addition, SAPO has also just recently developed its e-commerce strategy. So on the financial side, this slide will just highlight what I'm saying is in a sense that the entity is still struggling, and its revenues are underperforming highly so, and its expenses continue to stay on the upward trend, with the highest of those costs being its staff costs. In percentage, I think it's sitting at 68% of its costs sits at from staff costs as it is. So as part of that strategy of tomorrow, what they have done is they've always had a cost reduction strategy, that being including staff reduction through VSPs, and that's what they tend to do. again, back to my point, we're circling around the lack of funding in the post office is that they sit now with a debt of, I think, about 5.3 billion in total, where part of that debt is, they have unpaid liabilities to people that are retired, and some of that took the VSPs in the past. You have also in the SARS and medical aid unpaid also as well, and also some rent facilities onto properties that they are renting from third parties, and that forms the large part of what their outstanding liabilities are coming from. So the story here, Chair, is that SAPO is basically insolvent as we sit here today. It's commercially insolvent with its assets being a lot lower than what their liabilities are sitting at. Yeah, and I said that it's a continuing trend that we see growing on a monthly basis as they're not able to meet some of their liabilities. I think to an extent where some of the suppliers are also threatening actually actioning court action where they want to attach some of the SAPO's bank accounts. I think I'll close it there, Chair. Summarizes the post office. Thanks.
Stuart Fellow on to now.
Okay, as has been reported in the committee before, Denel continues to experience liquidity and solvency challenges. As a result of this, Denel developed a new strategy, which came from its turnaround plan with the focus on organizational restructuring, delivering on the existing order pipeline. In support of this strategy, government through the Minister of Finance to the MTBPS announced that Denel will be allocated 3.4 billion, with Denel expected to augment these funds with 1.8 billion through the sale of its non-core assets. As mentioned, the liquidity challenges have resulted in work stoppages at the entity and non-delivery of contracts, resulting in contract termination. As a result of this, Denel's liabilities are in excess of its assets, so it can be concluded that Denel is currently insolvent. The entity's revenues don't cover the entity's cost base. For the third quarter of this financial year, Denel did manage to make a profit. However, this is a once-off realization of profits due to the sale of its non-core assets. Overall, the entity still remains behind on its budget, and it should just be noted that the entity has not submitted its annual reports in the past 2 years. Thank you.
Ravesh?
Thank you, Patu.
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. I said, good morning, Chairperson and committee members. I will be presenting on SAA, EXA, and Transnet. Just the salient factors on SAA, an amount of 2.7 billion was allocated to SAA subsidiaries as part of the business rescue process. SAA exited business rescue at the beginning of the second quarter of last year, and it resumed operations. For the current financial year, for the first 3 quarters, so as at the end of December 2022, they had net group losses of 50 million, but this is a significant improvement on the losses that they budgeted of 637 million. Importantly, Chair, committee members, the recapitalizations by government has assisted the balance sheet of SAA. The entity is currently solvent. As at the end of December last year, they had moved to a positive equity value of 1 billion rand. Move the next slide, Rand. And then I'll just give an update on the subsidiaries. Mango is currently still in business rescue. All the funds that had been allocated to Mango have been transferred to the airline. The latest information we have is that the Mango business rescue practitioner is focused on acquiring a strategic equity partner for the airline. On SA Technical, we can safely say that SA Technical is breaking even. They made losses during the profits during the first 2 quarters of the current fiscal year.
losses in the last quarter of the fiscal year, and they then had a combined net loss of 2.4 billion. Importantly, though, SA Technical is technically solvent, and they've got a positive equity value of 1.7 billion as at the end of December. We can then move on to HFs. With HFs, although HFs continues to be loss-making, their losses of 6 million for the first 3 quarters of the current fiscal year is significantly better improvement on the 195 million rand in losses that they incurred in the previous financial year. We can move over to EXA. Chair, due to the financial strain suffered by EXA as a result of the COVID-19 travel restrictions, government supported EXA through the purchase of 2.3 billion rand in preference shares. Although losses were incurred in 2020-21 and 2021-22, the entity is now generating profits. As in the current fiscal year, as at the end of December, they generated 403 million rand in profits. We are expecting an upward trajectory as the industry has improved, and there is no additional fiscal support that is expected in the foreseeable future. We'll move over to Transnet, Ravesh. And then finally on Transnet, we just want to give the committee an update on the work that we're doing on Transnet. There are major challenges faced by Transnet, and these include inefficiencies in Transnet Freight Rail and low port productivity and so on. And this is caused by a myriad of factors. Therefore, as a condition of the funding that's been provided to Transnet in the current financial year, our National Treasury will be leading an independent review of all freight corridors and port operations, and we will be focused on identifying opportunities for improving operational efficiencies, and this will guide also the type of support that we'll be able to provide to Transnet going forward. Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Rajesh.
Chair, that's it from our side. We hand back over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravesh. Honourable members, again, my apologies. I had to interrupt your question session because of the presentations by Assets and Liability Unit from National Treasury. Matafa, is there anything you want to add after this presentation before I go to the next?
Thank you, Chairperson. No, on this one I am fine, Chair. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Honourable Nzana, please come in. Don't forget the 5 minutes rule. Honourable Nzana, you're not muted.
Yeah, good morning, Chairperson, and good morning to everybody. Just to show face, Chair, that at least I am still alive this year, and I am not a robot. If you allow me, I will switch the video off.
You don't need, Honourable Mlenza, you don't even need to switch it off. You are so clear. So even if you are on,
so I can continue, Chair.
You can continue.
Okay. With that, thanks.
With that, Mlenzana,
yes, Chair.
With that beautiful red tie, you can continue.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, I will try to be quick. To the Chief Procurement Office, it's just one question, but put in different ways. Chair, this is around understanding. There is a towing and throwing ngesizulu esizothi omunye ukhomba omunye esweni omunye uvikela iso lakhe between the Chief Procurement Office and the entities, particularly those entities which are underspenders, because they would say the underspending is a result of the long-winded supply chain process as prescribed by the Chief Procurement Office. Now we have just listened in this presentation. There was that slide which indicated the drops in terms of the entities now making submissions to the CPO, which tells or verifies that this statement is actually correct. Now, my question would be, what is the legal or permissible route of dealing with entities which one way or the other bypass these normal supply chain processes? That's for the Chief Procurement Office. Then Dr. Mampo and Tim, I would have started by welcoming the presentation from both the CPO and the team treasurer. Sorry for that, Chairperson. I forgot to start there. Dr. Mampo, on underspending, I am not happy with the manner in which you seem to be protecting the perennial underspenders. Of course, I know today you are bringing a particular quarterly report. Hence, then you are unable to talk quarter one and quarter two. You are only focused on quarter three. And I get you when you are saying we may then able to pick up if there are any challenges when you are at quarter four. But for us, as the team which is tasked by Parliament to oversee the process of the cash flow by entities and departments, I'm worried. Can't you, on top of the 5 departments which we have listed, give us another 5 so that we have 10 departments which I call perennial underspenders? Yes, today you are giving us a quarterly report, but if possible, just expand for our own purposes as the team, which is a responsibility to oversee the work of the spending of this department. Then the second one, I'm not sure now because you presented on PRASA and then these others followed. Now, hence then, Chair, I would have a generic question to Dr. Mampo and the team around the performance of the state-owned enterprises. Do we have, Dr. Mampo, SOEs which need serious attention by this committee? If, for instance, you can lift 5 for us, and also the type of challenges that they are having. I understand some has been having personnel-related challenges which are now being addressed, but generally, can you give us 5 and we'll see how best to intervene? Thanks, Chairperson. And also thanks for the accolation for the tie.
Thank you, Honorable Lenzana. Honorable Sarupen, please come in.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and Happy New Year to everybody. It's good to be back. Let me, Chair, start with the presentation that we finished on, which was on the various SOEs. And then with regard to the land bank and the process for finding a CEO and so on that's undergoing, I see that 5 billion is still planned to flow before the end of the current financial year. I just want to find out, I see that also that 2 billion is going to be held back to repay guarantee lenders, and 100 million has been set aside to the World Bank. Are there any other calls and guarantees? And what is the situation there? And have they actually reached a deal with the various lenders? Because the last time we had a presentation on the land bank, they were still in negotiations. So I'd like to understand that, and if the creditors have accepted the recovery plan. Then, Chair, with regards to Eskom, I see that National Treasury says that Eskom is meeting the 24 conditions attached to the equity allocation. And there's been the 20 billion rand over 10 years, and then of course there's a special appropriation over 3 years in 2019, and this would be the last financial year of that, but now we know that there's more coming. I find it odd that that Eskom appears to be 100% compliant with National Treasury's conditions, but its financial situation is not improving. Its performance, as we know, is so terrible that it's become an existential crisis for the country and has plunged the country into another state of disaster. And I'd like the National Treasury to disclose the conditions that they have put onto these amounts to the committee chair. And I think that we should actually have a discussion, because when the first bill was touted in 2019, we had a very robust engagement around what the conditions should be. And National Treasury was present. But if we look at the performance of Eskom, I'm not convinced that these conditions are particularly strong. And if it's just compliance and reporting, rather than management and outcome-focused conditions, then they're almost pointless, because financial reporting requirements and so on would have covered the conditions anyway. So I would like to have a special look at those conditions, Chair, because I think that they have not achieved the desired outcome, which is an improved Eskom. With regards to the post office, considering that there are no further government guarantees, is there any plan within the post office from Treasury side to assist them into developing a turnaround plan and implementing it? Because it appears that they've been struggling for many, many years now. And similarly, the performance of the post office is such that sending things through the post has virtually come to a halt. And I can't remember the last time I received a letter personally. And it's actually accelerated the push to digital, because the post office has not got a reputation for delivering on time. So I'd like to understand if there's any interventions there to assist them with a turnaround plan. With regard to Denel, that's technically insolvent now, according to this report. I would like to understand if Denel has finally become compliant with SARS in terms of paying over its employees' PAYE costs, and the medical aid costs, et cetera, et cetera. If there's any monitoring by National Treasury on Denel, because a lot of their employees have found that their pensions haven't been paid, that their PAYE hasn't been paid over to SARS, amongst other things in the recent past, Chair, and it is very problematic. Then, with regards to South African Airways, it's good to see that their losses are being now massively reduced. But I see that now on the situation, Mango, it says that the business rescue practitioner is focusing on securing an equity partner. There is no update on any equity partner for South African Airways in this report, Chair. And I think we need to get some understanding as to what's going on, because we've seen things in the press around South African Airways in the last quarter that about problems with the proposed equity partner. And I think we need to get an understanding of that. Then, Chair, with regards to the third quarter report from Treasury itself, there was one point made on more disasters being disasters occurring more frequently, and this obviously putting pressure on the fiscus. I'd like to understand from Treasury's thinking going into the new financial year, if they are going to increase the contingency reserve from the standard 10 billion rand, considering that we are going to need more money to deal with flooding. There's been flooding in parts of Gauteng overnight, for example, Chair. Increased instances of flooding. Of course, we now have a state of disaster around energy and so on. And if they are going to be looking at finding more money for the contingency reserve to make sure that we have funds available for all of these various, many cases, climate-related issues that the country is now facing. That's everything from me, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sarupen. Honorable Peters, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chairperson. May I be allowed to switch off the video?
Perfect.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you to the presenters this morning. Chairperson, I've got just short questions. The first one is related to the statement made by Dr. Mampo when she spoke about the DSD and SASSA's inability to spend, I think, 1.9 billion rand because there was a lower than anticipated uptake. I just want to indicate that we still, in our constituencies, Dr. Mampo, get people who are not employed. You don't have to to search or do a means test. If you work in that community and you go around in that community, you see the conditions under what people live, you'll realize that that is a big problem. But the person still doesn't qualify for a SRD. In one of the households, I made it my responsibility to dig deep to what was happening with regard to that particular household, where there were that number of unemployed people, but there was one son who did not qualify despite him being unemployed. The grandmother then explained to me what happened, because they said he's got an income. And the grandmother explained basic things for me. Says, I have been helped to transfer money. So what I do, she says what she does, she transfers the monthly grocery money to the son, for the son to buy everything that is needed, because she doesn't trust them with her bank card. That's what she said. Or to give them whatever that she's using to draw money. And I think that is where the problem came in, because according to the records, then this boy, I would call him a boy like we use in the township, this boy then gets money from the mother. And I think it's not the first time I raised it. I raised it with DSD, with SASSA, when the CEO came to present with this, if members remember. And I think this is one thing that we need to dig deep on, this particular underspending on SRD. But also we asked SASSA whether they have been able to do an outreach program to reach those people who are unreachable. Because some of them probably you'd find, like we also found, and we're working with a Home Affairs to get them IDs, so that it is something that is addressed once and for all, and make sure that all the necessary things are done. If there is an intervention, it must be able to reach people. It's painful to say 1.5 billion has not been spent when there are people who are going hungry. The one other one is related to the PTNG and eThekwini. I just want to find out whether DOT and eThekwini has given you an indication of what they are projecting would be the escalation costs for this particular delay. Because every delay, especially in the construction area, it has financial implications. The OCPO, I just want to find out, what is it that this office, together with the National Treasury, is doing to empower women and youth to participate in this contracts of government or the state procurement processes? Because every time we're told that the companies or that have not been able to benefit are those of youth and women, but we are not given an indication on what is it that the department or the institution is doing to make it possible that these categories of vulnerable groups do participate. The other thing is the issue of delayed payments to SMMEs in particular. You know, Chairperson, I think delayed payments is an enemy of progress and success of the SMMEs. Many of them are pushed under by these delayed payments. And we once raised it even in the debate in Parliament, Chair, that this matter of payments of service providers probably needs to be a performance indicator for all those who are involved as cost centers, because it is important that everybody in the value chain understands that he or she has got a responsibility to contribute towards this 30-day target for payments of service providers. Because if it's not done like that, and if somebody is not punished for inability to make it possible that people are paying, service providers are paid within 30 days. It also emphasizes the notion that the delay is primarily because people want to be, to brush their hands. So if service providers are not able to brush their hands, they deliberately delay the payments. Lastly, Chair, there is a scam that has been reported that scammers are preying on small businesses by sending them requests for quotations. And when they respond with the quotations, then they are told that they are accepted. Once accepted, then there's a fraudulent indication that money has been transferred to their accounts, and that later on, the service provider, not the service provider, the business, that the reputed business, then asks for a certain amount to be paid back. Fortunately, people are now starting to be wary of this and refuse up until to say, unless the money is cleared, I am not going to deposit it. Many have fallen prey to this, and many have even on social media have been showing. So it is between National Treasury, the OCPO, and the Department of Small Business to truly be involved in some awareness programs on how government procurement works and how service providers should engage with government processes. And I think it is important because many of the victims in most of these instances are SMMEs or those small entry-level type of businesses like your catering and other services. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Peters. Honorable Kaiso, please come in.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, and good morning, Dr. Mampo from Treasury and the Office of the OCPO. Honorable Chair, I just want to go to a few things here. To start with the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer. I just want to make a few comments that, Honorable Chair, have been covered by my colleague in the previous presentation that they made. But I just wanted to check because it does seem to be an indictment on us on the side of, involvement of the young people in as far as, procurement is concerned. I was listening to the report presentation there, which says a number of young people has been sidelined in as far as procurement and expansion are concerned, and it then becomes an indictment on us as to at what point are we going to realize the seriousness of unemployment in the country. If now the trajectory of sidelining young people and women in particular is still continuing in this manner, but the number of departments have not seen it necessary that they should then prefer young people, women in particular. So I don't know why wasn't there a breakdown on a gender breakdown, so that it must give me a sense as to, because some of the things are just covered in just youth, but we also are addressing the issue of gender, because the problem of transformation in the country is also relates to gender discrimination. So it would have been better that we get a breakdown as to what does it represent on the expansion, as to how gender is being pictured there, so that we have a clear sense, because there has to be a talk to the departments that they must then prefer a well-balanced gender breakdown when it comes to consideration on the expansions and consideration of companies by young people. It will make a lot of sense. Then, Dr. Mampo, I want to agree with what Honorable Mlanza has raised with regard to the presentation itself. because I remember that in the previous presentations, there was a history that was presented to us as far as perennial expenditures are concerned. So we thought maybe the presentation also take us on board now that we had that history. This is the improvement with regard to those 10 perennial underspenders, because there has to be a connection between this report and the previous 10 perennial underspenders. That look, in the last presentation, there was this 10 which was presented as underspenders. Now the picture has changed to this way, in this manner. These 10 either have gone down or have improved, or this is what is happening. So I might also fall into that confusion of not being able to read it quite clearly in this presentation, or the presentation making a sense to me to say I'm comparing this with what, so that I can see now this is a difference in as far as the 10 perennial underspenders, because it is there, it is recorded that we had 10 perennial underspenders. So there has to be a connection between now and then. And then let me come on the issue of I think I'm covered with the rest of what was said from the Treasury. Let me step down to the state or the national state-owned entities. Yes, we take note of the developments in as far as land bank is concerned. Although this has become, more serious if the processes are not being fast-tracked, because this is one area that needs a lot of attention, because a lot of small-scale emerging farmers are to be, found in this area and are really depressed, and they need a lot of attention, because look, allocation was done in 2021, and then well, we know this slow progress, which has to be completed, especially around the issue of finding, closing, or filling critical positions in that institution, so that it can perform maximally. On ESCOM, I really want to, you see, when we say just the ESCOM has been complying, it's not enough. Complying with what? Improving, or, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Because if something is complying with the conditions, it means there's an improvement now in as far as performance of that institution. So it can't just be an innocent sentence just saying conditions are being complied with. But there has to be an impact that we read or see. Then that would then go well with me. But if you just say, no, ESCOM has been complying with the 29 condition, has been complying. But what we know now is different in as far as performance is concerned. It's totally different. At least if it was say compliant, but depressed in as far as operational performance is concerned. But it means there's something that is lacking in those conditions that needs to be improved and be aligned. Right, and let me go to South African Post Office. Honorable Chair, perhaps you may agree with me. A large population of our people, the dependent, especially the poor, dependent upon the South African Post Office services. I mean, in collection of their post office correspondence and many other things. So they can't use, they won't be, they are unable to access internet and other means of communication. So they rely mainly upon receiving post from post boxes, their post boxes from the South, delivered by South African Post Office. Now, instead of looking the new ways of innovation as far as the operations of the post office just rush and to get rid of workers as if they are ones who are responsible for it to be insolvent. No, workers are not responsible for the post office to be insolvent. I think the post office was supposed to first say, no, let's hold the retrenchment. Let's go first, come up with a strategy that will align the operation of the South African post office and make a submission so that then we know how best we can then intervene in that particular area. But then if South African post office quickly rush to retrenchment without any plan, prior plan being presented, how will we be able to intervene sufficiently then? But there is a need for us, that situation should be arrested such that now we don't want to add or to play a role in as far as increasing the numbers of unemployed to be seen as participating in that process. But rather we should be seen to be participating in a process that seeks to improve the livelihood of our people in the country and encourage that there should be sufficient way as far as planning is concerned to make South African Post Office play that role in a form of being proactive. So what I'm trying to say, I don't understand what does it seek to achieve when it says, well, we don't have any better plan to realign the operation of the post office such that now there is no necessity to retrench 6,000 people. It simply goes to retrench and then come back and say, we're going to transform now. It doesn't make sense to me. On Tinel, I think Tinel, SAA, and Transnet, I think intervention it is necessary there because, I mean, we don't want to repeat that history, Chairperson. You remember that we emphasized this point earlier around the issues of state-owned entities, that Tinel plays a very important part in as far as manufacturing of armament in the country. So we can't just wish it away. All these state-owned entities, there has to be an intervention, but an accountability. So this intervention, when there has to be overhaul of the administration of these entities, including ESCOM. If there's an intervention, it must also look at the overhauling the administration in those entities, because it will be the same people who are still there doing the same thing, getting on with the abnormal that has been taking place there, continuing with this abnormality of the maladministration or not being able to manage these state-owned entities to their maximum role that they have to play. So I just want to summarize that. No. When we do intervention here, we're expecting also there has to be overhaul of the administration. It must go well through this institution as we put in extra funding where it is necessary. It must also be accompanied by overhauling the administration, because it doesn't help us to put money, but the administration continues to be bad as it is now. And Transnet, we have had several meetings with Transnet as that entity, Honorable Chair. I don't know here, horses seem to be appointed. This inefficiency, the issue of security incident. When the Council for Industrial Research made a presentation to SCOAD sometime a year back, it said we can't get any cooperation from the department in as far as security is concerned. So I do have a sense that because the CISR said, no, we'll be able to assist in Transnet, but the only problem is that we are not being involved. So there is still more that has to be done there in as far as security is concerned, with the involvement of that Council for Industrial Research, including the issue of locomotive unavailability. It's a problem. It's not the first issue that we pick up here at Treasury level, but also with the presentation in the department. It's an issue because it affects mostly the poor who are using the cheapest transport to get to their workplaces on daily basis. Chair, let me stop at this stage. I'll come back if there's any matter that I need to bring in forth. Thank you very much.
Mr. Gaiso. Hello, Mr. Gaiso, Darren here. The chairperson,
Yes.
The chairperson indicated that he needed to step out for a few minutes, and then he asked you to just to chair while he's gone. The next speaker is Mr. Langwini. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Honorable Langwini.
Thanks. Thanks very much, Chair. Chair, I'm covered by some of the questions that the members have posed, but I want us to pay closer emphasis to the underspending and the overspending of departments. I'm just concerned that it seems that Department of Transport and Basic Education and Police are becoming repeat offenders in the underspending and overspending. And if we don't pay closer attention to that, we're likely to sit with a problem. For me, I think it's a matter of concern that we have, and the amount seems to be just increasing year on year, term on term. So we need to pay closer attention, and some excuses doesn't make sense. So it means we're having departments that don't know how to spend the money that they are having. And we have a National Treasury that also don't somewhat have teeth or enforce these departments to pay closer attention to financial discipline. So that for me is a concern, and I would like to know what is National Treasury doing on their side to ensure some form of help for these departments to say, do they have some form of fixture to say, if you are trading now in a red, please pay closer attention to ABC. Do they have some form of fixture or some form of relationship with departments like that? Because I feel National Treasury must play a closer role because they are the custodians of the country's fiscus, and they must have some form of role in helping departments to lessen their underspending and overspending, because the numbers are year on year just increasing, and it's a matter of concern. The one of the woman in business presentation and the chart the gentleman was speaking to, I would like to find out, even maybe perhaps give us amounts, how much money was spent on women businesses, because it's nice to say we have spent 50% or 40% of our budget on women owned businesses or partially owned women businesses, but there's no amounts attached to it. If we can perhaps say get the amounts to say we have invested over 1 trillion or 50 billion in women-owned businesses, then to give us a percentage. Maybe perhaps it did give it, but I was struck by some load shedding, and I was cut through the presentation. But if we can give that information as well. And yet again, on the presentation of the public entities, there's 2 slides that speaks to challenges within the public entities. But I don't find National Treasury must give us solutions. They or perhaps recommendations, let me say recommendations to these challenges, because if you're just going to come to us, this is the challenges. What do you want us to do as a committee? At least give us some form of something to work with, in some form of recommendation. If you are saying you are not getting A, B, C, at least give us something. But to give us just some challenges and no recommendation, what do you want the committee to do? It seems you are bringing your complaints to us with no possible solutions. And I mean, as I said earlier on, you are the custodian of the fiscus. You can't be clumsily so bringing to us just challenges. And then lastly, on the part of the equity partners of SAA, why is it such a state secret? We need to have those information coming forward. And for National Treasury to not giving us some form of information in that light, it's quite concerning. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ntangwini. Honorable members, I'm not sure whether this Chair is back, but Darren, can you remove the gadget 0148 from the meeting and gadget 3745? They do not belong here.
Chair, can I appeal, Chair? Gadget 0148 is Willie Matebula from the Treasury. I'm so sorry, Chair, that it reflects as 0148 and does not reflect my name. Apologies for that, Chair.
Yes, but can you then rename it?
Yes.
So that yes. And
we'll do the Chair.
Rules 3745, Darren, can you remove that one?
Good morning. Morning, Chairperson. I'm also from National Treasury. I'm on a loaned laptop, so that's why it came as a 3745. Ms. Koloshe, I will try and rename it. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, but the rule is that we are not supposed to allow unnamed gadget in this meeting because it's a parliamentary meeting. So can you, yes. So that is why I'm saying they must be removed. But then if you have explained to me, I'm sure the House will accept it. Honorable Chair, Honorable Mlenzana, I think you are the last, you wanted to come up with a question, if you are still online.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. Thanks, Chairperson, for giving me this second bite. It's just one question, Chair, which I missed. Dr. Mampo, we were talking of underspending some time, and we charged you guys by making sure that instead of enjoying bringing back the money into the kitty, you assist such entities and departments. But to my surprise, when I was doing oversight at Enoch Mkijima local municipality, which has been in the media throughout the last quarter or so in the Eastern Cape. When coming closer there, I picked up that something new, Chairperson, which was strange to me, that National Treasury has actually stopped the cash flow into the municipality. Can one be explained? And it looked like it went to the extent of one taking each other to court around the stoppage of that. And now the municipality is blaming National Treasury for such underspending and non-delivery of services. Can I get explanation? Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Mlenzana. Honorable members, we're now going to, in the absence of further question, we are now going to give over to Office of the Procurement, or Chair is around. Honorable Chair, let me hand it over to you and proceed with your questions.
Thanks, Chair, for holding the fort. I also just wanted to come in with a few questions, if I may. Let me start by thanking the presentations both from NT, well, General, the NT family, Dr. Mampo, and the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer, and everybody who made presentations. Let me just start by saying that very clearly, when we dealt with the SOCs, they say there are more questions than answers. I think our members, Ravesh, we're going to ask you to come back so that we can have more time to interact with the SOCs. As you know, the biggest risk on the fiscus comes from the SOC. So I think, to be fair to the other members, we need to get time. So when we deal with SOCs and agencies in general. Let me come my first question to OCPO. Can you share with the committee which contracts have you benefited from as far as prices are concerned because of the economies of scales? Give us a few examples. Question number 2, do the SOCs and agencies participate in these contracts? If yes, just name a few of those who, especially the big one, who participate. If not, what reason do they give of not participating in the transversal contracts? Related to the question which was raised by Honorable Ntlangwini, of the total value of transversal contracts, what is that value that has gone to black business, which have got too many, which have gone to young people? Again, I noticed that you only told us in terms of percentages, and I was not sure that I did have the overall number of this. In fact, I didn't see the total value of the contracts. Mind you, when I asked this question, I like using this the flow-through principle, not this thing that the company is empowered, where you find black people being used as token, and women used as token, and young people used as token. And when you check, they don't even get a cent after 10 years having been paraded as BE partners. I'm not sure that they're able to say of this total value, so much as according to the designated groups to deal with the leakers of our market. It's not nice to have this one. We are trying to undo 350 years of oppression and economic exclusion of the owners of the wealth of this country. So we're saying through these things, we are trying also to play our part. Here's the next question. What would you say the biggest disadvantage of transversal contract is, if any, and how do you deal with that disadvantage? This goes to again OCPO, Mr. Matebula, are now allowed to set their own conditions and requirements as far as a broad-based empowerment is concerned, emanating from the Concord judgment. So perhaps the question is, do you think, okay, number one, yes, do you think this will happen? We're looking at capacity. That's one. But 2, have you looked at the disadvantage of this thing, both to the to the state and to the companies who must procure from us. For instance, you may end up in 101 things, and it may be very difficult for businesses. So the red tape that we're talking about, that we want to remove, don't you think that we're introducing that? But the principal question here is that, do you think that these organs of state will be able to come up with these requirements? Any monitoring tool from your side to check that the organs of state are complying with this? Because the biggest risk for us from where we are seated is that can just be ignored and do business as usual. And business as usual means that the economic inclusion again is being compromised. Dr. Mampo, I hear you saying, broadly speaking, whether it's underspending or overspending is more of a timing issue. That's what they are saying. And I hear you saying that as far as COGTA is concerned, right, we shouldn't be very much worried about the 2.6 billion rand underspending. And I must tell you, and again with the Department of Transport, the Public Transport Network grant, the 1.5 billion rand, and we said no. These are the things because of the different financial years, end of financial years. I don't think I agree with you 100%. I'll tell you why. Number one, the very fact that you are saying that they've underspent is because they've said to you at the beginning, by this time we have spent this money. So, and they've not been able to do that. So there is an issue already. And we have taken a view that this thing of dealing with these underspending things towards the end of the year, it creates a problem as far as oversight is concerned, because we wanted to timeously intervene both at your level and at our level, so that we make sure that these things don't happen. Because from where I'm seated, I think this is going to be carried forward to the next quarter, until the end of the financial year. That's the hypothesis I'm giving you, and I'm prepared to put my bet that the way they have started, by the end of the year, we'll be having this problem. What is difficult about planning for these things? We have got a multi-year budget, the NTF. So there's an indication already to all departments, to LOC and to local government, that by such and such a time, there's so much that you are expecting from National Treasury. Why wait now? And during the quarter now, we are told, no, there's a timing issue. I hope you get my concern. I think I would end it at that, as I've said, that for us to be able to do better, to do justice on the SOEs and the entities, we must just have a session where we deal with them. But I would like to hear from you. How is Prasa Sanral doing with the capex allocation that comes from us? They've been underspending, for instance, both at Sanral and Prasa as far as capex and the transfers that come from the state are concerned. Please respond. I think you start the way you presented. You start with the OCPO, and then after that, after OCPO, and then we'll allow Ravesh to come in. No. We'll allow Dr. Mampo to come in and Ravesh's team. Thank you. OCPO, start.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to deal with the questions around transversal contracting. Then I will give my colleagues an opportunity to respond to other questions that relates to the part of their presentation. I think the first question with regards to the benefits of economies of scale, Chair, I think in the next presentation we'll give even more details. Should we be in comparison as to some of the prices that we are paying on our contracts vis-a-vis what you'll find out there in the market or where people they buy private. But just as an illustration on I think about last year when we were preparing for the new contract, when we were doing the spend analysis in terms of the benefits, as an example, you will find that the vehicle that you have on our contract is on average 100,000 rands cheaper than the one that you'll find if you're going to buy as an individual. For example, if you go on to the manufacturer's website and use the building of a vehicle, you'll find that the value of that vehicle would be 100,000 more expensive than you will find in our contract. But just to give an illustration, next time, Chair, we'll make that breakdown so that it's even clearer. We'll pick a few commodities that will give the committee an indication on the specifics with regards to the concept of economies of scale. With regards to the reasons that organs of state that are not partaking in our contract, that they are advancing to us, well, I must say that some would not respond to the call to participate, and they would not provide reasoning, and some would be would provide the reason and indicate that they would be doing their own procurement, and some of the reasons that is because they are at a national level. You find that service providers in the local vicinity, they don't get an opportunity to compete with bigger companies that would respond to transversal. So they rather have contracts at their institutional levels or at provincial levels where they can be able to target the service providers in that environment. Because transversals, when we advertise them at the national level, it attracts a large number of service providers, and sometimes the big organizations that they compete much better when it comes to taking it down, as my colleagues have done in their presentations on the expansions and variations. I think we will package our response in the future so that we can be able to show the demographics on all our commodities as to what the number of contracts has been awarded to Black youth and women and perhaps people with disabilities, so that we can be able to show where business is going in terms of transversal term contracts. But we haven't made that analysis in the presentations that we have put through to the committee. With regards to the value of contracts, Chair, I think the entire portfolio of transversal contracts, we have an estimated of 89.5 billion. But this is it's not a figure, Chair, that I could say it's accurate, because in my presentation I've highlighted the firms understand on the contract. So what this value is based on the budget that come to participate in the contract. But as the contract progresses, or the contract progresses, you find that institutions that when they made confirmations. The last question, Chair, on my side regarding the disadvantage of transversals is that over a considerable period of time, if we have a commodity at national level, we might erode capacity in organs of state to manage or to be able to facilitate that particular commodity on their own. For example, if I were to give an example with the contract on labor, the saving devices, the printers and photocopiers, it has been with the National Treasury for many years that it becomes a little bit of a task because of the research that they must do to start from the beginning, because the commodity has always been with the Treasury. But having said that, Chair, I think the disadvantages of having transversal term contracts or the advantages of having them out of presentation, that there are more benefits in centralizing some of the strategic commodities than having them fragmented. Thanks, Chair, to the other questions that we asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Let me again show my face and then I will close again just to respond to some of the questions. William Atebula. There's a question from Honorable Mutaf around the noise that ensued after the Concord judgment last year on BEE. I just want to clarify that the court was not critical to BEE as per se, but what the court was saying is that you've got a triple PFA, which is a piece of legislation, and then you've got the BEE Act, and these are two separate pieces of legislation that we are trying to merge, to combine. So it was more like you mixing oil and water, but that's the first thing that the court was saying. And then the court also say, now that you have incorporated the BEE scorecard into the triple PFA, which is another act, and they use that to disqualify or pre-qualify bidders. And that's what the court found to be ultra vires, to be invalid. And that's actually the basis for the challenge that was meted by Afrobusiness. It is unconstitutional, but the act itself remains. The second thing that I want to say, to stress, even in the regulations that we've issued, the new triple PFA regulations, we are making this point that organs of state, of course, are compelled to still comply with BEE provision, especially that section 10(1)B, because it's quite clear that in the development of those policies, the BEE should be taken into account. The third part, Chair, is that the BEE Commission itself, I think, made a statement to this effect when this noise arose, that in fact, it could have been a misinterpretation of the court judgment around the criticizing of the BEE. So the BEE remains, it is policy of government, and we are also emphasizing implementation thereof by organs of state. But I just want to link this one to the question asked by the chair. Do we think this will happen? Whether organs of state will actually promote this in the development of their they encapsulate BEE. This is one test, as we indicated, that the new regulations took effect on the 16th of January. So we are monitoring the situation, and I'm sure we will be at least maybe picking, sampling a few of the government institutions to see whether their policies indeed do cover issues that are related to BEE. So that's just one part to make. So the cross-referencing of the BEE in new regulations is quite critical, Chair. I think we're making that clear. But also just to add that the bill itself, the public procurement bill, makes provision for organs of state to implement BEE. It is in there, not only BEE, but many other issues, especially related to small business and so on. But as to whether organs of state will do this, and so it's a test that we need to cross, that we need to cross and make sure that if organs of state are battling. But as indicated, we do provide technical support on an ongoing basis to make sure that organs of state do take this imperative into account. Of course, including issues of value for money, because that's quite critical. The second question is around the payment of suppliers. I think the one thing that I must say, Chair, is that the PFMA that suppliers must be paid, of course, on time. It is in the PFMA, section 76. And also the PFMA makes it a financial misconduct. I must just state this upfront, a financial misconduct if accounting officers fail to comply with certain pieces of legislation. And section 38, of course, which provides for the payment of supplies, is one of those sections which is also indicated in the section that deals with financial misconduct, which is section 81 of the PFMA. So it's a critical issue, but I think Honorable Peter has also touched on this issue, and I think I must agree with her that this payment of suppliers should be made a performance indicator. In fact, in the past, what we've done as Treasury, we've issued a number of instruction notes to this effect, both through the MFMA as well as the PFMA, to indicate to accounting officers the need and the importance of paying suppliers on time. And we also indicated that this particular issue should be a part of the performance agreements of accounting officers to make sure that suppliers are paid on time. That's just something that we have done in the past, but also the reports that we've provided through one of our offices, the Office of the Accountant General. The minister does from time to time take this information to his cabinet colleagues just to and over and above this, what the Treasury is doing, there is a hotline within Treasury that is managed by the Office of the Accountant, where all these issues are reported, where the public is reporting and suppliers are reporting non-payment, and these are followed up with some of the CFOs of departments. And in certain instances, we win. I think it's a bigger issue that confronts the entire state, which we always need to deal with. Now, there is also a draft instruction now, also cover state-owned entities in respect of the payment of suppliers on time. That instruction is, of course, something that the OAG is dealing with, and but it is an issue. That's why we're elevating this issue also to the committee to be aware that this is one thing that the advantages to government.
The person we can't hear. There's a problem with the mic.
Matebula,
you can't hear me, Chair.
Yeah, no, we are foot.
Oh, I'm audible now.
Now, we are very audible if you're like that. Thanks, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies, Chair, for moving out. I think, yeah. No, the other issue that I'm referring to, Chair, which you raised, whether the fact that a court has declared that government institutions should be the ones, they should be the ones that develop their procurement process, whether would that be an advantage to government? Well, I can't answer in the yes or the no, because for the longest time, as National Treasury, we have, for some reason, provided some kind of framework within which organs of state needed to develop their policies. As indicated earlier on, it's something that we also testing, and then given the fact that the regulations took effect a month ago, But, you know, needless to say, Chair, these regulations, by the way, are a placeholder. They are a placeholder pending the finalization of the bill, the public procurement bill, which will deal with a number of these issues that the country has been confronting. So we're putting more emphasis on the bill in as much as in the interim, we also ensuring that organs of state do develop their policies, and those policies do take into account these socio-economic objectives of government, and of course also including issues of value for money in their policies. I think I want to stop here, Chair. Perhaps my other colleagues can get in. The one other issue that we spoke to around the transparency of our procurement system, where suppliers and potential bidders, of course, have an opportunity to access government opportunities through the central supplier database, which is updated, enhanced from time to time to put in new features and so on. And we guess that's something that would definitely help. But as to the scam, we definitely are aware of the scam that is going around, where people are invited with a fake publication of tenders, which turn out to be fraud and corruption. I think we just need to strengthen, as the Honorable Ministers indicated, that we need to have a collaborative work with our other sister departments, small business and so on, to make sure that and also police, of course, to see how do we deal with this form of crime. It's a new form of crime that is in the place where people are defrauded of their monies and so on, in the pretext that these are actually legitimate government opportunities, which tend to be something different. Let me stop here, Chair, and then I'm sure my colleagues can also come in and respond to some questions. Thank you very much, Chair.
Good afternoon, Chair. Again, maybe through you, Chair, to add on other questions that were asked by the honourable members. The first one, all the questions are related, and sometimes when I'm answering, I will probably clap them. The first one that I noted was the issue: what does in the National Treasury do to ensure that the empowerment of women, youth, people with disability, and also women are put up front, connect with Mr. Matabula's sentiments to indicate that it is a prerogative and the role of the accounting office for each and every institution to ensure that they have the policy within their procurement processes that will include, amongst other, men empowerment, youth empowerment, probably Black empowerment, and also the people with the disability. So if the accounting officer did not include that in their SCM policy or procurement policy, then that becomes a problem, because it means that it will not probably never be implemented. So that's where the problem probably lies. And as we indicated earlier, that the awarding of contracts happens within the institutions. So with other words, if the institutions are not adhering to the broad government objectives of empowering, for example, women, people with disability, youth, then maybe, as Mr. Matabula was indicating, it should authorities performance agreement to say, for this financial year, you should target companies owned by women or owned by youth, but again, not just target per se, but include that in your SCM policy or procurement policy, because if you don't, then you might be found wanting as an accounting officer. And the SCM officials in different institutions are aware of this process. PPR 2022, they are actually allowed using the RTP goals that Mr. Matibula talked about, and specific objectives that are also entrenched in the PPFA as an act. So the accounting officer ought to just update their policy and implement, so that we can see the change in terms of the movements between the women-owned, black-owned, youth-owned, and disabled companies. Other than that, we reported in August, the situation was still the same, and we are reporting again to SCOA today, and the situation is still the same. And for it to change, probably through the ministries that are responsible for the various government institutions, authorities, to ensure that this is put as performance agreement for those accounting officers and accounting authorities, so that it will be measured along the time, so to come back to the minister or to the responsible accounting executive to actually indicate how far is that particular accounting officer has gone in terms of complying to the targets of those imperatives. So, put forward was the issue of legal procedures, probably that we might have in order to take actions for the institutions that are probably not adhering to procurement prescripts. As indicated again, we issued the instruction note 3 of 2021-2022, and also the new PPR regulations, which is the preferential procurement regulations of 2022. Those two documents are key for the institutions to hire an accounting officer or accounting authority in a government institution to actually execute the mandate of government. And if they are not, then probably consequences should be instituted if that was part of the performance agreement. And if it was not, probably it ought to be included, because at the end of the day, National Treasury can go as far as monitoring it, but the actual performance is within the each and every accounting officer. And if they are not performing accordingly, probably the minister responsible can then take actions to say, the target between me and you as an accounting officer was to achieve this. Have you achieved it? If not, why? And then we take actually help where there's a need for technical explanation on how to deal with other aspects. But at the end of the day, the accounting officer is the one that needs to take action and execute those particular elements. There was also a question that was talking about the breakdown of the gender-related procurements or deviations or expansions. We did that in slide 63 and slide 66 of our presentation. So there is a breakdown. They start with the black-owned companies, it goes to the women-owned companies, it goes to the youth-owned companies. So there is a breakdown, a little bit better, but for women-owned and youth-owned companies, the status did not change from last year, August. So it is still very, I would say, bad on that situation. But as I indicated, the accounting officer ought to indicate, because the awarding of contracts, including the deviations and expanding of contract, happens at an accounting officer level, because the approval for such is done by the accounting officer or accounting authority. So it would be better probably that are responsible for those, maybe let's say top 20 departments or government institutions that are probably, so to say, culprits in these particular women-owned and youth-owned companies that are not showing up, probably to be called by this honorable committee to answer as to why there is no change in terms of awarding these particular contracts. Thank you, Honorable Chair. I'll probably end.
CPO, I take it we are done. Dr. Mampo, it's your turn.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, honorable members. The first question, Chair, I just want to deal with is the implementation of the IFMS. I think as we tend to request the committee that the accounting officer of the Treasury comes and gives the committee an update. So I will take it upon myself to speak to the acting DG of the Treasury and let him know that the committee is requesting an update on how far he is and as the department in implementing the IFMS. Chairperson, I want to spend a bit of time trying to explain how we see underspending at Treasury, which underspending is a problem and which underspending we would bring to the committee's attention. So the first type of underspending that we tend to see, which is consistent throughout the year, would be the underspending of withholding of grants. And according to section 2162 of the Constitution, the National Treasury can withhold grants if municipalities are not adhering to the conditions that are in the DORA. So what we try to do, Chairperson, is we try to assist these municipalities as fast as we can, because it doesn't matter, you're right, even if there's delay, the fact that there are delays in releasing these grants, it means these municipalities are not going to be able to spend them according to what they need to spend. So what we tend to do, which is IGR, the Intergovernmental Relations Division in Treasury, they work closely with these municipalities and COPTA to try and minimize this underspending. But what I think would be critical in the coming year, or in the coming quarter, when I do the analysis, I'm basically going to spend a lot of time trying to dissect the data in COPTA, how fast they assist the municipalities when the year starts, how many municipalities in general are not adhering to this, how have they built capacity. So when I come back, I will spend a bit more time on giving the committee the details in this type of understanding. But Ulrika, if you want to add, please do so when you respond. The second one, Chairperson, that is a reason for underspending, which as the Treasury will welcome, is the underspending because of improvement in the way in which departments implement their projects, or the improvements in spending. There are a couple of examples, Chairperson, of this type of underspending. The first one, and we are picking it up more and more often since the COVID pandemic hit us, is that now departments are moving into virtual meetings. Because we don't have to travel, because there's no catering, there are savings that are coming from that. The second one is that departments are now renegotiating their leases. Other departments are moving into new buildings. Other departments are considering the space where they are. So they're reducing the space per square meter of what they're renting. So those are some of the initiatives, Chairperson and honorable members, that we encourage for departments to do. And we encourage this, Chairperson, because what then tends to happen is that when the departments then underspend because of these efficiency gains that they have been implementing, then we can move the funding to the same departments for other priorities that would have otherwise been unfunded. Chairperson, Honorable Peter say, the issue on the grant, I I don't want the committee to think that Treasury is blind to the fact that our people are suffering, our people are unemployed. What we were trying to do is to improve the manner in which we do this, the implementation of the grant. So, Chairperson, as you know, I'm from the rural areas in KwaNdebele. When I go home to visit my mother, the people at home tend to call me the 350 lady. And it is because when I go home, I can see there are some people who are benefiting from this grant, but they are working. So we thought of trying to find a mechanism that is going to make sure that the minimum resources that we have go to the people who really need this grant. So we were not trying to be stingy, to exclude people who need the grant. All we're trying to do is to exclude the people who are taking advantage of the system. Unfortunately, honorable members, there will always be people who are trying to take advantage of the system. And because Treasury, as the custodian of the funding, working with the departments, we try to put measures in place that will minimize this abuse in the system. Now, my advice, there's a lot of people who tend to ask me on how they can access the grant. Honorable Peter say, if grandmother transfers the money to the child, it creates a complication. My advice to them would be that the grandmother opens another account that she can transfer the funds to in her name. That way, the money stays in her account and the grandchild is not impacted because he won't then receive money from the grandmother. There's different ways in which we can assist the people who are struggling to access the grant and deserve the grant, such that we make sure they receive the grant. So it's one of those outliers where if we get something like that, please give me a call, drop me an email. I'll speak to social development so that we can advise accordingly. But we have to make sure we put in place systems that will help avoid or will help take out the people who are trying to scam the government out of the system. And that's why we have this stringent criteria to try and deal with that. Then, Chairperson, there's then unfortunately, in government, it takes very long to employ people. So if you look, for example, for a department, a big department like higher education or basic education, if you have to employ, let's say you have 1,000 positions and you advertise, because of the problem that we have of higher unemployment, there are going to be thousands of people that will apply for those positions. And the capacity for the departments to process those applications is sometimes not sufficient because of the amount of applications that they get for positions. I mean, even if you look at Treasury, for instance, if you want to advertise a position, it takes very long because you have to follow the DPSA processes, you know, the specific legislation where you need to advertise for a specific period. So to do that whole process, it can take up to a year. So even if departments have funded positions, because of the rigid nature of employing people in government, it forces them to take longer. And another thing, Chairperson and honorable members, that we're struggling with is we need to make sure that when we employ people in the state, we employ people that are capable and that can deliver. So even trying to find the right people who have the right qualifications and have the right experience usually takes time. So that's another form of understanding that we're picking up. Then the other type of underspending, which is a problem for the Treasury, is the underspending that relates to departments not paying invoices. I'm very grateful that the OCPO is here and responded to some of the non-payments of invoices and what we need to do. So there's been a couple of times where Treasury had to intervene through the DG's office where an entity is struggling because the departments are not paying them. We speak to those departments, but the other intervention that we had to do was for the DG of the Treasury to write letters to these entities or departments that are not paying, to force them to do the payment. But even that mechanism tends to be, it takes time, because the departments then will come back and say, but these invoices are not verified, or we're disputing the amount that is there, or they're disputing the services that were provided between the two organs of state. So as the Treasury, it's difficult for us to say Department A paid Department B if Department A is saying they did not receive the services that they are being charged for. So that's another type of understanding, that when we get to it, in general, we tend to iron it out, try to understand with department what's going on, and ask them for progress report in our in-year monitoring that we do. Then there's another delay, Chairperson, and this you have been raising it for a while, which is the capacity of the state to implement infrastructure projects. We see a lot of delays that are coming through because the departments either are not ready to implement, or there's delays in implementation. But another problem, Chairperson, with capital projects is that even if the departments are ready, then there's other things that become a problem in the implementation. I mean, one of the examples that we don't know how to deal with as the Treasury, because this is a law enforcement problem, is the construction mafias. If a department has, or an entity has, a big project or a big construction project, instead of them starting then to implement the project, then the construction mafias come and interrupt the project. Now, as Treasury officials, I can't go and arrest them. I don't know them. I don't have capacity to deal with them. So that is if a department or an entity then comes and says, guys, here are my plans, I am ready to implement, but I went on site and the construction mafias came and now I can't do anything. It becomes difficult for the Treasury to intervene. There's nothing we can do. So most of those, we will then refer them to the Department of Police and the peace and security guys to deal with it. But that's another delay that we see, and it's a problem because it pushes back most of those infrastructure projects that we have. Then another problem, Chairperson, that we have, and we're trying to work with the departments. That's why in the MTBPS, we changed the drawing schedule, is that the departments themselves don't put enough effort in doing the estimates of what they're going to draw down. It's easier if it's just transfers. They know how much they need to transfer every month or every quarter. But for other departments, basically they just take the total amount that is going to be allocated to them and divide it by 12 and say every month we're going to draw down the same amount. But sometimes, Chairperson, there are instances where things happen, then departments have to draw down earlier or later than their schedule. So we do allow departments to revise their drawing schedule on a monthly basis, but even then, there's some departments who, even with us allowing them to change their drawing schedule, they continue to give us drawings that are not as accurate as possible. So what we now trying to do with our departments is to get them to a point where these drawing schedules are such a nature that they close to what they're going to spend. And you don't want to force them to draw down all the money in each and every month if you can see that they're not using the money as fast as they should, because that interest, of course. But I think we need to start focusing, helping departments to give us the drawing schedule that mirrors their activities for the year, instead of them just giving us 12 or the amount divided by the 12 months. So these are some of the reasons, Chairperson, for underspending. And I think when I come back in the next quarter to discuss the full year, I will then group the departments according to the different types of underspending, and then as a committee, and allow the committee to then have a look at the quantum of this underspending, the frequency of this underspending, and then that way at least the discussion would be on the ones that are underspending because of invoices and that can be resolved, or they underspending because of delays in capital because of the skills and other things there. And then the ones where the underspending is due to efficiency gains, then those would be the departments that we don't spend time, because that would be underspending that is welcomed in the system. Chairperson, then the question on the SOCs that need serious intervention. I think from my presentation is quite clear that PRASA and the Road Accident Fund, although the problems are different, but those are entities that the committee can have a look at. As I said in the presentation I sent to Darren, there's a whole list of entities that I'm analyzing, and it's part of the presentation, but because we didn't pick up anything that is of a problem, we didn't highlight it to the committee. But I'm sure Raves's entity, because they are Schedule 2 entities and they're supposed to be self-sustaining, but now they're coming back to the fiscus, those are the entities that the committee can definitely have a look at. The question on the contingency reserve, I think this is still part of the budget process. The minister will be tabling his budget next week, Wednesday. So all of those amounts that will be allocated for contingency reserve for disasters will be tabled in the budget next week. So honorable members, please just wait for that. And then I'm sure when we come back to present the fiscal framework and to present the appropriation bill, we can then take some of these questions that will be related to the budget. And then the last two, Chairperson, is just a general comment on the role of the Treasury, the role of the accounting officer, and the role of the legislature. So when we do these presentations and we come to Parliament, I think the first thing that we try and do, Chairperson, is we reflect what we think is the status quo. So we don't really try to protect the departments, Chair. What we do is we don't want to create an unnecessary alarm for a department that is trying and managing its finances. So we don't come to the committee to underestimate the problems that we have. What we do is we try to give you the facts as at that time. So that's why I'm saying when we come back in the next quarter, if there are departments that are serial underspenders and there's problems, then of course we will definitely highlight those. And when we do help the departments, Chairperson, and we advise them on how they can spend, and we move funds in the adjustments budget, usually we do this within the confines of the Treasury's responsibilities. It's a bit difficult for us to go into a department and tell a DG of a department that you will pay this person whether you like it or not. I mean, his responsibilities are clearly stated in the PFMA. And Chair, we do try to bring some of the solutions to the committee. I think in our next report, we will highlight these even better. The reason why from public finance perspective, we didn't come up with any solutions is because we don't see problems. I think when we come and then we have departments that are showing consistent underspending, then we can certainly provide some of the thinking that public finance would have in resolving these issues. But basically, when we come to the committee, we bring the information as at that time, and we give you a fair assessment of what we think. That's why the reports are so long. And then secondly, while we do that, we have to respect the responsibilities of the accounting officers, but also we have to also respect the independence of the legislature. So we will definitely bring solutions, Chairperson, taking into consideration some of the restrictions that I have mentioned. I'll just ask Ulrika to respond to some of her questions, and then ALM to respond to the rest of the questions. Thank you so much, Chairperson.
Rika? Good afternoon, honorable members. So let me start on the underspending and the withholding in relation to conditional grants. So Honorable Peters, there's on the public transport network grant, there's a difference between what the department transfers to the municipality and what the municipality spends. And in almost all cases, when conditional grants are withheld due to some breach in the Division of Revenue Act, that is related to persistent underspending in that municipality or in that province. So it doesn't make sense that when a province has only spent 20% of what has already been transferred to it, to then get, and it's now due for another transfer to get that transfer. So then money will be withheld. So there's not necessarily an escalation included in all of that. Depending on the contracting arrangements between the municipality and its service provider around its performance and why there's underspending, that will then determine what the escalations are and who's responsible for that. In some cases, where it is not the municipality's fault and it's actually the contractor's fault, there would be penalties for the contractor to then pay to deal with those kind of escalations. To Honorable Manzana's question around the withholding and what the chair has raised around DCOG and just thinking about this. So DCOG is a special case, and it's not necessarily because of persistent underspending. So when we do see some kind of material breach in the Division of Revenue Act, that the grant frame, so each of those grants, so in addition to what we have in Section 216 of the Constitution, the grants also has some kind of conditions around the stopping, the withholding, and the reallocation of funds. Now, what's happening within DCOG really relates to matters so in this case, we're dealing with things like when a municipality did not get a rollover approved. So if they had unspent funds in the previous financial year that was not committed to any identifiable project, municipalities then have to apply for a rollover. That rollover may not be granted. So when that rollover isn't granted and the municipality is required to pay that money back into the National Revenue Fund, when they don't pay the money into the National Revenue Fund, we ask the department to withhold the transfer so that the municipality is able to then comply with DORA. In the case of municipalities like Enoch Mngijima, where we have some kind of intervention or there's some other problem in municipalities, we would withhold funds. So this would be in relation to where there's kind of a persistent breach in relation to some of the contracting obligations. There are governance problems, supply chain management problems. And if we had to continue transferring money, what it would be doing is we'd be complicit in whatever leakage may happen within that municipality. It's always sometimes very difficult for the Treasury to get involved or to assist in some of these things, because on the one hand, we can make recommendations and make suggestions and advise a municipality or a province or somebody what to do. But the decision-making authority doesn't lie with the Treasury. That decision-making authority still lies with the relevant accounting officer. In the case of municipalities, the decision-making authority lies with the council, and we are not able to intervene in that way outside of Section 139 of the Constitution. In relation to Honorable Sarpen and Honorable Kaiso's comments and questions on SAPO, so there is a strategy that George presented it. It's called the Strategy of Tomorrow, or the Post Office of Tomorrow. And the Post Office faces two big challenges. The first is a persistent disruption in its standard business, so declining normal ordinary mail business. And then it faces disruption and then it faces competition in relation to e-commerce. And with us having these vertically integrated business-to-business last mile deliveries, such as Take-A-Lot, seeing the expansion of retailers into doing counter-to-counter parcels, does suggest that the Post Office needs to rethink its entire business model, which is what the strategy does. The strategy then says to the Post Office, what do we have to do for it to be efficient, cost efficient, and fit for purpose? In being fit for purpose, it is recognizing that its ordinary mail, traditional postal services is declining, that is never going to come back. And you would have to reorganize and restructure your business to deal with all of that. And then in relation to competition is acknowledging that you do have competition and trying to gain back some of that market share. The reality would then mean that in some cases, the post office would have to kind of realize that its organization needs to be reorganized, restructured. And in some cases, that restructuring means that there are redundancies, especially where you're not able to take people who are in its core business, like its traditional mail business, and then put them into something that may be a lot smaller around trying to compete for e-commerce. And it's going to take a lot for the post office to successfully implement this, because it is competing in areas that even retailers that these vertically integrated businesses, e-commerce businesses have taken up on, and as a result of that may mean that that unfortunately there needs to be some kind of retrenchments. The turnaround plan I know that the Post Office and the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies had presented that in the Portfolio Committee on Digital Communications and Digital Technologies. And like Joseph said, they are starting to implement it. And for them to implement successfully, it would mean that they would have to bring costs in line with their revenue streams to deal with this. And then lastly, Honorable Chairperson, just on your questions around Sandral and process CapEx. So this is provided for in slides 29 and 38 of the presentation that Mambo did. So we show that on the CapEx for PRASA, they spent 3.6 billion against a projection of 5.4 billion, and Sandral had spent 2.5 billion against a projection of 7.9 billion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chair. It's Ravesh. Honorable Chair, I'm just going to respond to a few of the SOC questions. So just from an overall perspective, I think we would really appreciate and value a more comprehensive presentation to SCOA. I think the 10 minutes that we have, really doesn't do justice in terms of the various challenges that we are experiencing in some of these SOCs. And I think also to explain to the committee as well, some of our oversight mechanisms, monitoring committees, and some of the guidance and some of the tools that we use to strengthen the turnaround plan, and also to give an overview of the governance challenges, the financial, and some of the policy issues. But I think just getting to the 3 or 4 questions that were raised, I think in terms of the Eskom conditions itself, what we can do is we can share that those conditions, because I do recall sharing those conditions with the chair of SCOA a few years ago. So if need be, we can resend those those conditions, those 24 conditions, and if need be as well, we can also come and present. But I just like to put a caveat on that, because obviously with the new support package that will be announced on the 22nd of Feb for Eskom, obviously there will be further conditions, or there will be additional conditions to the to existing ones as well. I think on the post office, Ulrika has addressed it very well in terms of Denel, the challenges around non-compliance with SARS, pay-as-you-earn costs and so forth. I think here there are some payment plans with SARS, but I think a lot of that depends on the 3.4 billion support that's been mentioned by Sue Fellow in her presentation that was announced in the MTPBS. But obviously, Denel has to meet a lot of those preconditions before the end of March, and we are in constant engagement with Denel to ensure that those preconditions are met in order for the 3.4 billion to be released. And then specifically on SAA, I wouldn't want to get into the details about who the specific strategic equity partner is, but I think just to add that in order for progress to be made on the SAP, there are literally 2 outstanding issues that we are aware of, which deals with some of the outstanding liabilities, dealing with the concurrent creditors and the unflown ticket liabilities. And once that's addressed, then obviously we will have some progress or some traction in terms of what's happening on the SAA front. Chair, I think just to augment what Dr. Medisa said in terms of those entities that would need more oversight or stringent oversight from SCOA, I think just to add is the presentation that we've outlined deals with the Schedule 2 entities which are meant to be funded or meant to be operating on the strength of their balance sheets. But what we're seeing is based on the presentation, you can see the likes of Eskom, Transnet, Denel, Post Office, as we talked about, and also what we need to include as well is also the Central Energy Fund, just to play a more closer oversight role. And obviously, when we do have that in-depth, and comprehensive presentation to the committee, we can take you through some of some of the challenges there and some of the proposals. Chair, thank you. That's all from my side. But I think Lefenza, if you want to come in on Land Bank, and then I think we are done from our side. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Ravesh. Two short answers for questions from Honorable Sarupen. Other calls on the guarantee? No one has made any other call. Only the World Bank has made other call. The second one, have the lenders accepted the recovery plan? Yes, technically they have accepted it, but there are a few things that needs to be sorted out before the recovery plan can actually be endorsed. I think there's a status. But all in all, generally there's a big acceptance. There are other two entities that actually give in trouble. MEGA and KFW are the ones that are giving trouble because they don't want to agree with the domestic lenders in terms of to deal with this liability solution. But generally domestic lenders, they seem to be more supportive. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you colleagues. Thank you to all members for the questions and the answers provided by Team Treasurer in general. I think before I let you go, we definitely must have this engagement with the Ravesh team on the SOCs as I had proposed when I started with my input. And then the question of oral members, I think, which we must always have at the back of our minds, is that when it comes to departments, when it comes to SOCs, when it comes to provinces, when it comes to municipalities, there are executive authorities there, there are accounting officers there who are having legal responsibilities and who are paid for doing their work there. That's why we will continue saying to National Treasury, please help and so on. It's very important that we should always underline that there are people who are on a 24/7 basis employed to do that work. I think in one of the presentations, the DDG from Treasury, Madijeng, said to the committee that we have got people there, and many of them paid lots of money, much above than what they get paid, and they've got work to do. So there's that responsibility that people are appointed to these positions to their work. Another thing I wanted to make is Dr. Mampo. Yes, we encourage savings, as you have said, where savings are coming from. Underspending, definitely we don't encourage that. I'm happy that we have moved towards savings and underspending, so that we make a clear differentiation between the two. So whether National Treasury is able to detect, for instance, underspending at provincial and local government time, yes, because what I usually see will be underspending in terms of transfers, right? And the transfer of a grant, for instance, will be a necessary but not sufficient conditions to ensure that there is spending, right? So I'm just saying that I'm not sure that you are able to see that, because a transfer is one thing. You may transfer and you find that the money is not being spent at the level of government where it's supposed to be spent. I think with those comments, I would like to thank the team for the engagement and thank the honorable members for the questions and again their engagement with the presentations. Thank you, Team Treasury, for the presentations, and that obviously includes the Office of the OCPO. Must never forget that OCPO is under National Treasury. Right, let's go to the next agenda item. I see there's a request by the minister for the meeting to be held earlier. Do you want to talk to that?
Yes, Chairperson. Well, I've already distributed the letter to the members with the link. Basically, the minister is asking for the meeting to start at 10:30 rather than 12:30 on Thursday, due to him having to travel abroad for official business on the same day. So I just thought, let me bring it to the attention of the committee. Thank you, Chair.
If I may check, is that not a joint sitting with the other finance committees?
Yes, Chairperson, that is correct. It's a joint meeting with all 4 committees.
Can I then, because definitely would like to interact with the minister, and it's one thing which it's outside his control. Can I then say, if other members allow me to say, can you coordinate? I take it that you would have communicated with the other committees. So can you just make sure that it's coordinated? And I hope from our side, because we definitely would like to interact with the minister, we won't have a problem with that. Am I correct, honorable members? Am I representing you correctly? Because the other option is for the minister just to send the DM, but I think with this, we definitely would like to interact with him. Agreed? Members? Honorable members?
Agreed, Chairperson.
Okay.
Yes, agreed. Agreed, Chair. Agreed, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And then would please, from our side, we are fine. Can you coordinate with the other committees, right? So.
Yes, Chairperson. Chairperson, furthermore, as we are under announcements, I also received, after the commencement of the presentations, I received an apology on behalf of the Minister of Finance for today's meeting. He was attending the cabinet meeting, which started at 8:30 already.
Okay,
thank you.
That's fine. Thank you. Am I right? During that, this brings us to the end of the meeting.
That is correct, Chairperson.
When is our next meeting?
Our next meeting is on Friday at 9 o'clock, where we will be considering and adopting the statutory report, as well as the annual report for last year.
Thank you. That should be a long meeting. Thank you very much, honorable members, and everybody who's on the platform, support staff. This brings us to the end of today's meeting. Thank you. The meeting is adjourned.
This is in.
Okay. Remember, yeah. Okay. We'll repeat it on Friday, but just you'd have heard that one of our secretaries, a machine, was hijacked and he had to go to hospital. I take it that he's still in hospital even now. Wish him speedy recovery, but let remind me to announce that again on Friday at Darren.
No speedy recovery to
Yes,
him.
Chairperson.
Okay, thank you. Meeting is adjourned. Thank you.